Oh, there we are.
See, you found the thingamajigger.
I did find it.
All right, everyone, welcome to Amy Seeks, where we discuss all things aha moment, including games, puzzles, and a strong emphasis on armchair treasure hunts. And tonight we're talking about Jack Stuef, the finder of the Forest Fen treasure hunt. And let's see if we're actually live. Oh, look at that. There we are. I see us.
You nailed it.
Nailed it. Let us know how audio is, everyone, and we'll try and adjust it on the fly. Let's see here. And don't forget to thumbs up or thumbs down and click subscribe. And this episode is being brought to you by Tub Thumpers. That's Tub Thumpers with the Great U.S. Treasure Hunt. Thank you very much, Tub Thumpers. All right, guys. Well, tonight we've got, obviously we're discussing all the emails. I've got 5 questions that were answered by Jack that I'll be sharing with you guys tonight. And yeah, I guess we go from there. Okay. Oh, I'm getting text too. All right, guys. So Jack Stuef has been emailing everybody. I don't know anyone he's turned down. I mean, he's like and his responses are so Forrest Fenn-like. It's been kind of crazy. So, and he's now, Cynthia, you haven't tried to email him yet, have you?
Oh, I did. Yes.
You did. Okay.
But I did not ask him any questions.
Oh, you were just being nice and not
Yes.
not like us.
Yeah, sort of. Yes.
Good to know. All right, we've got hey, Alan K, Low Key, Big Baldy, and Wrong Way Corrigan. How's it going, guys? And what's this? Okay. Free. I have no idea what that text was, so. All right, should we jump into, honestly, I have not actually looked at or analyzed the responses from that I had gotten yet. Should we, jump right in?
Sure.
Okay.
Unless Justin wants to tell jokes.
Yeah.
Tell us your joke, Justin, just because it's a good one.
That's one too many sidecar drinks later. I mean, this joke probably exists. It was just something that I felt, I don't know, special that I made up, but it probably already exists. Yeah.
We liked it. We liked it.
Okay. Oh, wow. I can't even believe I'm going to tell this joke. I mean, it's a pun. Okay. Well, what do you call a sloth having sex?
I don't know what.
What?
It's a slow poke.
Did anyone unsubscribe after that?
But,
Did the numbers go down?
Oh my God, I'm down to 6. Oh no, 500. Oh, 400 subscribers. It's dropping by the second. And Justin, your audio is a little low.
Oh,
I don't know
okay.
if you can
fix that.
bring that up a bit.
Is
At
that
least it
any
is
better?
for me. Let me know in the chat room. Hey, Tom Walker's in the room.
Hey, Tom.
Watch out for those low-hanging sheep balls, Tom. Just saying. Just saying. Who else do we have? We've got Lucky Digger, Brian Gates, Gregor. Oh, we have tons of people. Hi, guys. Welcome. Oh, so many people. Hello, everybody. All right, let's jump in. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and share screen. Oh, here we go. Okay, the first question. Will you let us know the fate of the chest once you have determined it, perhaps through medium, or will we need to keep our ears to the ground listening for any news? And he simply answered yes. So I'm assuming that as soon as he knows, he's going to go ahead and let us know so that we don't have to keep, being like, have you sold it yet? What's going on? What's going on? Right? So we can let him go. All right, so the next up, and hopefully you guys can see this okay. Question number 2. You have kindly ruled out a few things like GPS that will not help a sinker solve TTOTC. Can you bring to light what else is not helpful or involved? Perhaps things you saw other seekers use that were not required or helpful. His answer is A2, straightforward with no subterfuge in sight. Dang it. It is very important to remember and probably rules out a majority of solves. The poem is written from his perspective, just like any of his other poems. And he's not trying to trick anyone or create the world's greatest puzzle or be clever. It's befitting the man, And you do have to study him, I think, to definitively figure it out. What do you guys think about that?
Seems reasonable.
But Forrest was always such a fan of the clever thing. You know, he just loved that.
Yeah, Forrest was such a wordsmith. So, well, I guess we should believe Jack since he's the guy with the chest. And, one of the most important things, or the thing that's going to be the most difficult for me, is to get rid of any confirmation bias. And that's Forrest was such a wordsmith. So,
yeah. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Why am I hearing that?
That's probably me.
Is that me?
Let me check.
And, one of the most important things, or the thing that's going to be the most difficult for me.
Is that me? I can't find it on mine.
And that's I don't have anything else on.
Okay.
Why am I hearing that?
Hold on a second, everyone. I'll try and locate the... Huh. I don't see it anywhere, but I know it's there.
Let me unhook my headphones, okay?
Okay.
What if it's... I don't have anything else on.
You still hear me?
If you just muted right quick, you'd be able to know whether or not it's you. I suspect it's Amy because she doesn't have headphones on, so yeah.
Okay. Oh, I've got earbuds.
Oh, okay.
But
my headphones. Okay.
I wish I could find it somewhere. It's sneaky. I don't see it anywhere. Are you guys getting an echo in the chat room? Let us know. If
Well,
you guys
I
can
can.
hear it.
Can you hear me now without being plugged into the headphones?
I've still got the...
Well, my headphones aren't hooked up anymore, so now it's using my computer audio.
All right, let us know in chat if you guys are getting the same echo that we are, because we're hearing ourselves and it's crazy.
Delayed.
Cynthia, do you have the YouTube channel up right now?
No, I don't
It
think so.
stopped.
Yay! Did we fix it?
Magic.
I fixed it. I totally fixed it. That was all me.
Okay.
It
Oh,
didn't
okay.
just...
I was like, wow, that's pretty impressive.
I love technology so much. Oh, geez. Really? It just magically stopped.
Yeah, how about that?
Woohoo! Yeah, okay. All right, so should we move on to the next one? Are we ready?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I will, here we go. Share screen again. Next question. See if I can find it. Hold on.
Is there still music playing?
That's from me. Is it too loud?
No. I just thought I was hearing things.
Okay. I'm going to hire an IT guy. Same guy from Blackbeard. Oh my God, I went there. Oh my God. Well, I'm going to hell. Maybe I'll just drive the truck. Okay, all right, here we go. Oh, and I see very important. Hi, Amy. Hi, very important. You're very important, VIP. Okay, next question. What was that process like of finding the chest, contacting Forrest to retrieve it, and then going back for it and heading for Santa Fe? We're assuming that you left the chest to go ask for permission due to the instructions found in the chest. And how difficult was it to leave the chest after finding it to get permission? Jack responds, not difficult at all, but I understand why that surprises some people. It was sitting in just about the safest place in the world for it. Nobody had found it in those years there. I had stood within 6 feet of it early in the search season in 2019 without finding it. So I doubted anyone else would find it after I left it there, just like it had been.
Holy moly. Wow.
What do you guys think about that one?
I could envision that. I mean, it's a very small item, all things considered. I could completely imagine standing 6 feet away and not being able to see it. Yeah.
But what about the time? So does that mean?
Oh, hey, Matt.
So now I'm confused regarding the blaze, though. So back when Forrest was answering questions on Jenny's site and other stuff, someone said about the blaze, and he said it's not likely you would get within 12 feet of it and not find it. So maybe that just means that Jack, well, the blaze supposedly was damaged. I mean, we don't really know the story behind the blaze and what Jack has talked about the blaze. I always thought that if you were a searcher looking for the treasure chest and not just some random hunter or whatever walking by, that if you were really looking for it and you found the blaze, that you'd be able to find it. But that's interesting.
Want me to share the screen again so you guys keep talking about it?
Sure.
Yeah, and so Matt can see it too.
Well, you guys jumped right in. I thought I was going to miss all the small talk, and I would jump in and we would go. But all right, I'm catching up.
We don't mess around here. We're already in question 3.
What?
Wow.
It's incredible to think that he was 6 feet away of it early on in the search and didn't know it was there. That combined with, I saw an answer somewhere else where he had said that it's totally reasonable, as I understood it, that folks had been within a couple of 100 feet of the chest without knowing it was there. I mean, that it bothers me. I just hope I wasn't that person.
So does that mean that the last 7 clues then are so ambiguous or so abstract to understanding what they are that, wow. Okay, Justin, this might take us longer than we thought.
Well, I what I was telling you earlier today, Amy, this idea, he says he stood within 6 feet of it early in the search season in 2019. So he remembers being there, and then he kind of moved on. He either the next day, the rest of the week, the next time he came back, he just remembers that one time when he was there. Like he was still just sort of working this whatever football field sized area or something. That's what I have in my mind. I have a sizable area.
Yeah.
And he remembers being over there and he was close, but then he moved on, and so that to me, that raises a lot of questions like you're talking about, Cynthia. Like, what about all these other clues? And how could he be 6 feet away? What wouldn't the real blaze be right there? Isn't that what we all assume? It's right over it.
I guess I imagined the blaze potentially being at a distance, and it's just sort of a reference point. Like, let's say you're down in a canyon and you look up to the top of the canyon and there's something formidable there that is kind of your reference point, and you look down from there, and that kind of gives you the slice of the canyon to look in, if you will. But what do I know?
The potential that the blaze is up high when you're at the place and somehow you zero in on it and then look straight down.
Yeah. I mean, that might be an interesting question to pose to Jack, though, was, just generally speaking, how large was the area that he was focusing on? I mean, are we talking football field sized? Are we talking, something considerably smaller? I'd love to know.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
How large was the area? I mean,
Well, Justin, maybe that first time Jack was at the Nook, he never looked on the other side of those trees with the notches.
Well, that's interesting. What's the safest place in the world? We've all spent a lot of time in the mountains. We know that we're not dealing with an unlimited number of possibilities. I mean,
true.
What's the safest place in the world? What does that look like? Safe,
Yeah, I mean,
safe from eyes that are looking for it.
Oh, that's a good point. I mean, I guess when I was thinking safe, I was thinking more like the ability for some sort of natural, force to cause damage to it. So, say that it was in a large open field on a plateau, like that seems fairly safe. You're not going to have a flooding concern. If it's in the middle of the plateau, you're not going to worry so much about erosion or landslides or anything to that effect. And if there's not a lot of trees around, fire damage is less concerning. I don't know. I mean, I'm really curious to know what he means by that.
Alan Kay brings up a great point, and I see all the Amy Seeks as well. You have to knowingly go within a few steps, quote unquote. That info makes it sound like it was a very public place. All the clues within Wyoming. So why is that I must go? Why? Davio, hey Davio. Hopefully you saw my comment on your video. Davio says, I sound less abstract. And then Jack had discovered the correct home of Brown. And Alan Kay says, the fake blaze was 1,000 feet away. That's 3+ football fields.
Right. Yeah. I thought about that when we were, I don't know why I said football field, but I did. But when he...
because you're a big fan.
When he... the fake blaze confused him. And I think it confused him because he knew he was in the general area. So I think it's safe to assume that both the fake blaze and the real damaged blaze were in the same general area, whatever that is. So 1,000 feet, yeah, 3 football fields. It's a big place to look around. Has anybody asked him if he used a metal detector?
I was thinking about that. So let us know in the chat if anyone has asked him if he used a metal detector. We do know from the Q&A on Dale's site that what he brought with him, and he talked about all of that, he listed it, and he did not list a metal detector.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
As a possibility. Billy Shaw. Hey, Billy Shaw, I got your email, by the way, and I will get back to you. He says, a clearing off of a creek where you would need to know exactly where to leave the creek to head up the clearing. So Billy Shaw just made a great video. I actually haven't watched it yet, but I'm sure it's great about his solution.
You busted yourself.
Hey, he's a fiddle player. He's got to be a good guy. So anyway, he made a great video on his solution. Gregory Colvin, is it not Calvin? Colvin Garcia. He mentioned all the gear and he didn't list a metal detector. Correct. Yes. So I'm guessing no. But honestly, there is a part of me who not only wants to look for that stick, but I want to look for the ring, right? Just what if a squirrel somehow got in there and squirreled away that beautiful ring that Forrest originally found with a metal detector at San Lazaro. Is it Lazaro or Lazaro?
Lazaro.
Lazaro. Okay. All right. Okay. Should we move on to the next question?
Yes.
All right. All right. Here we go. Okay. Next question. Do you still have the instructions left by Forrest in the chest? Is that an image you can share with us, or would that reveal more than you are comfortable with? Even a partial image would be amazing. And he responds, I don't want to put out any of our legal documentation.
It's not terribly surprising to me.
No.
Well, why is it legal? Why is it legal documentation?
Because that's what we were talking about last night. When we were on, when I said that's about being in the lawyer's office, in Carl's office or wherever. Obviously they drew up the documentation that he returned it to Forrest. Forrest handed it back, gifted it for the IRS and whatever other, I mean, like when we talked about this last night with David or whoever, I guess whoever was on, I forget. And, and it had to do with Jack's use of the words explicit permission. Like it was so important that Jack actually reach out to Forrest and get the explicit permission to move it, and then explicit permission the next morning to retrieve it. So
yeah, I mean,
it's a legal thing.
I agree. I mean, it seems to reinforce that the instructions left in the chest were certainly legal in nature. And, I don't think that's terribly surprising, but it is kind of nice to have that concreted by his answer there because, before, I mean, I could imagine someone saying, well, maybe the instructions were just, not of a legal basis, just general instructions on what to do outside of, legal guidance. But it sounds pretty clear here that the instructions that were left were in the legal space.
Yeah, it was something that people speculated about, but the idea that you open the chest and right off the bat, it's like, okay, we've got some legal issues, right? and I've thought about them, and it started, right? The clock is ticking. Things are going to happen now. That's interesting. It completely makes sense, but it's not. It wasn't front of mind for me over the years thinking about opening the chest.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And Gregory Colvin Garcia says Jack keeps mentioning that there is enough evidence to somehow confirm the solution. Therefore, Home of Brown is our best bet combined with Warm Water's Halt. Jack, who is not Jack, but is Jack, has Jack done any video interviews post-find? So when I first started emailing back and forth with Jack, one of the things I mentioned often was, I really hope you're able to make some extra money, doing the circuit, doing the Josh Gates and all that other kind of stuff. And so I kind of refrained from asking many questions because I assumed that he'd be going on those shows, right? And I didn't want to usurp that. And eventually he said, because I said, would you like some information on how to get in contact with Josh Gates just in case? And he goes, I've turned them all down. Basically, he said he turned them all down and he's not interested, which blew my mind. I was like, well, then I have a few questions. I'm like, I assumed he was going to do this, tour thing, make some extra money, all this other kind of stuff. And when he said no, that's when I finally was like, okay, I'm going to ask a few questions then.
I guess I was thinking that would be expected in the sense that, if there's ongoing litigation, probably the last thing you want to do is to go on, media outlets and discuss it in more freely.
But
maybe in the future.
About it. He talked about it just wanting to get back to his normal life. He didn't reference litigation. He just was like, I just want to get back to my normal life.
Fair enough.
And so that's when I started asking questions. I'm like, okay, I have a few questions then. if I'm not going to see these answers in an interview on ABC, then I want to ask myself. And I feel bad because I don't want to bug him, but at the same time, Forrest taught me to be bold. I'm still pretty not bold, but I up my game a little bit by asking some of these questions. So as far as I know, with the correspondence, it seems like he's not going to be doing that kind of a circuit thing. No Josh Gates, no ABC, NBC, none of those things. No morning shows, no nothing.
I don't think there's a lot of money to be made. I don't know what you get paid to go on Good Morning America for a 2.5-minute segment or whatever. I don't. $3,000. I don't know what they give you. It's probably not much. And he's probably thinking, I'm good I've got the windfall coming, as he said.
Makes sense.
Actually, I don't think you get, if they can call themselves a news show, you don't get anything. Even Inside Edition didn't pay money. So
really?
No. Now, Expedition Unknown, I believe you had to really beg for any of it, and it was so minuscule. And it wasn't me, but it's someone, Amy, that you and I both know that did it.
Yeah.
And oh my God, the money was barely pays for your gas.
It's funny. I never asked her about the money. I never asked her about that. It
was hardly any. I mean, I don't know if it was a couple $100 even. But I know, I've done other media, including the Today Show or whatever, and there's no money. And they tell you right up front that if it's a news show, they don't pay you. And
okay.
It's funny how they're all news shows. But I'm sure there's some show out there that would love to get Jack, and they are not just a news show. So then he would get paid. But And also, I don't know if many people have noticed, but Dan Barbarisi, the guy that wrote the article that was in Outside Magazine, he's the one that's making the rounds. He's been on almost everything.
Oh, he has? All I know is that he's going to be doing a book. What is he
Oh,
being?
no, I saw him on Inside Edition one night this past week.
Oh, dang
And
it, I
he was
missed
telling
that.
me
I missed so
how
much.
he had shot like a CBS morning. He was getting ready to shoot, I think, a Today Show episode. So no, Dan's the one that's mostly doing the discussion on the.
But at the same time, so getting the notoriety, but not financially benefiting because it's all news.
Mhm.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Gregory Calvin Garcia. Hopefully, I'm saying that right. Interestingly, Jack also wonders if the 9 clues hindered the search, and that 1 clues had more nuance than he knew. Right, that was on Dale's site, correct? That 1 clue had more nuance than he was aware of. Billy Shaw Jr. Does anyone on the panel have any doubts that Jack is the finder and the owner of the chest?
Nope.
I don't have any reason to doubt it. No.
Yeah, I would love to say, yes, it was me, or it was Cynthia, or Justin, or Matt, or Dale, or someone. But I mean, he found it. That's all you needed to do is find the chest, and it's yours, with all the instructions and all that. All right, so should we move on to the next question? Mm-hmm. All right. Here we go. And if you guys hear the panting, I swear it's not me, it's my pup. Okay, 5th question here. Question number 5. How soon after getting your Thrill of the Chase book did you have your search area pinned down and gone on your first search? This is what kind of blew me away. In a matter of weeks, less than 2 months, I had the germ of the idea and went out there. I did also do some recons in the same area, but I went out there principally because this location did have evidence in its favor. And as time went on, as much as I didn't want the treasure to be there, I found too much evidence to reasonably believe it could be elsewhere.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Are we all saying wow about the same clause there?
Wow.
The same phrases?
I like to think
I
so.
didn't want the treasure to be there.
Unbelievable.
Just vague enough. Dangle that out there so it blows our minds.
Oh man,
Why
that's
didn't
brutal.
he want it to be there? Surrounded by tourists? I mean, we could just speculate,
No, it's the legal implication, because if it's Yellowstone National Park, they will come after him if it comes out.
Okay, right? That's
Maybe.
another
I
one.
mean, maybe.
Yeah.
That's just the first thing that comes to my mind.
Yeah, although, yeah. I mean, he's talking about the question is about search area, so we're back to football fields. But he may have just said, I mean, his area is going to be within Yellowstone Park, so maybe he's just saying that. Yeah, I don't know.
Or maybe he does
Wow.
just mean, maybe he does mean because he had to wade across the creek, and every time then he had to get his feet wet or something. Yeah, maybe it doesn't mean Yellowstone. Maybe it's more specific to the actual spot.
It's interesting that so here I missed this the first time I read it. He had the germ of the idea. So he found the general area very quickly, and that never changed. But
Right.
But he talks about knowing where someone is going to die is a strange sort of intimacy. But he talks about the confidence that he had, and that kept him going as he refined his thinking and narrowed it down more and more. But the general spot never changed. He got that, it clicked, he knew it. And anyway, it's interesting.
So Amy, how do you interpret this?
besides my mind being blown.
Well, yeah. So yeah, I think Matt's right. He doesn't mean Yellowstone National Park. I think Matt's right. He means the place in his general area. Is that, I don't know. I mean, it can't be like he had to climb up a cliff because Forrest, I mean, he's only
Yeah.
walking where Forrest walks. So as far as physical difficulty, I just don't see how there could be any kind of an obstacle or a barrier that would have intimidated him to where he said that versus Forrest lugging that thing back there when he's, 80 years old. So that's.
It definitely has me. There's so many things that have me perplexed, right? I mean, as you guys know from the Zoom yesterday, I'm just like, I am pulling my hair out trying to figure things out. And, I had other questions I wanted to ask. There was actually one, I'll go ahead and share screen again. There was one that I asked, and I messed this up because I thought I had asked 5 questions, but I had asked 6. And one of the questions that was in the middle of all these was this one that he did not answer. And I did ask him, I'm like, I'm really sorry that I did 6 questions instead of 5. I go, but this is the one I wanted answered. So I asked him, you mentioned on Dale's Q&A that the blaze must have been damaged or destroyed. If someone's still working on TTOTC correctly solves it, will this be a problem for them to find the exact nook? Is the blaze missing or damaged beyond helpfulness? So, I mean, I feel awful bugging him so much, right? Asking these questions, that kind of stuff. I know how Forrest always was like, felt obligated to answer all these, and he seems to be in a similar position where he's really wanting to satisfy these questions. But this is one, for whatever reason, he did not answer. Let's see here. Gregory says, I've done it tires or tire rails now are old and weakly visible. I have no idea what that means, Gregory. He also says the pioneers like Osborne Russell and Lewis Clark blazed the trails. Alan Kay says, Amy Seeks, if it wasn't on private property, why did he need to call Forrest to get permission to retrieve it? That screams Yellowstone for me. Now, I think on Facebook this was answered. Hey, K-Pro, what's up? I think on Facebook he answered one of these. Somebody said he might. This is, this is the tricky part.
He answered that for me, the explicit permission. He told me that if he had found it during his first search season, 2018, he probably would have just grabbed it. But over the years, his I guess awareness of kind of the lawsuits that were swirling around and that sort of thing, in his mind he thought, and this maybe this means there wasn't legal documentation, or maybe there was as well, but before he ever cracked the thing open, he was already thinking, just to be on the safe side, I want to take this step and do this. And so, so he did the explicit permission thing, found it on Friday, and then.
So it wasn't instructed in the letter that Forrest left in the box. Well, we're assuming, right?
It could also have been somehow part of that, but he made it sound as if in his mind he was already thinking that, once I knock on the top of this thing, I'm gonna get him on the phone. I'm gonna send him an email, whatever, and get permission. He thought that this, that's what he told me.
And then he left it. And left. He left it in the safest place he thought possible.
Going back to that last question, though, it does speak again to his confidence. you know, he got tripped up by this fake blaze, but he knew he was in the right place. He got tripped up by, he didn't want it to be here, but he knew it was. You know, it speaks to, he was confident that he knew this was the spot. I've got a lot of searching to do, right? 25 full days or whatever was ahead of him,
Yeah.
but he was confident. So you can get that level of confidence before you get there.
I'm just gonna squeak an uncomfortable "oh my godness." I mean, I honestly, you know, I know I'm very ethical when it comes to a lot of stuff, and I'm always making sure I'm on the right, and it's like I'm doing things correctly, because on your deathbed, that's who you are, right? But I can't help to think that if I had found the chest, I would have totally squirreled it away in my backpack, gone back to my car, and then asked for permission to retrieve it. I mean, as ethical as I am, that's just, I mean, the chances of what if I wouldn't have been able to get past the what ifs. What if? What if a badger eats the treasure? You know, I know that you know, so I've been trying to peruse Facebook, right? And I'm like trying to keep up with everything, which I am new to Facebook since starting my channel, and seeing all these posts of people who read about the fact that he left the chest there, right? And went to go ask for us because he was so confident that no one was going to find it. It was like, safest place in the world, right? And he goes and contacts Forrest. Oh, that was the other thing, right? So he goes to contact Forrest on June 5th and then recovers it on June 6th. Is that the correct timeline that we have so far?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And I should double check. Okay, yeah, I'm good. So, I don't know. I understand why people are like, no way. I don't know. What do you guys think?
You know, the more that I hear, the more that I think that this was a place that was exceedingly protected. The fact that, so let's think about the possible answers to this question.
Okay.
You know, what was the blaze? Let's say the blaze was a rock. Why can't he say that, well, the blaze was a rock? He doesn't want to answer the question. He says that it was damaged and moved, but he's afraid to answer the question.
Animal, mineral, vegetable.
Why is he afraid to answer this question? I think it's because it's going to give away too much information as to where the treasure was found. Either it was a very notable event that folks would, you know, like, well, it was, you know, damaged by, I don't know, a famous landslide or something that might help kind of folks cue in on the area. But more likely, in my opinion, the blaze is something that was incredibly unique. And if he called it out right now, we'd know exactly where it was at. Potentially. Just my 2 cents. I mean, it does
That's
seem...
what he's alluded to.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, if it was a tree, just say a tree. You know,
I
it
know,
sounds
a
like
rock?
it's something
Was it a
more
rock?
specific than that. Like a statue or, you know,
Come on,
a
Jack.
petrified piece of wood that was of importance and protected, you know, on display, you know, something. It seems like it's something considerably more unique than, you know, otherwise he would just answer the question. Like there's no need to be cagey about that. It's strange to me.
It's strange to me too.
So,
Why?
so Justin, you've done so many boots on the grounds looking at all sorts of possibilities for blazes. And I'm assuming that maybe one of the things you've done, at least on one of your searches, you look for some kind of a formation of rock that's not like a cliff, but I mean, it's fairly large, like your size, and to see if it looks like a bear or whatever. So, so Camel Rock, so outside of Santa Fe, and this has nothing to do with actually what Jack found, but outside of Santa Fe, there's this huge rock formation called Camel Rock. And it's been standing there for years and years and years, and as a tourist pull-off. And that camel's face fell off a couple years ago. So
But you could still say a rock, right? I mean, the chances that someone would equate that to what you're describing is small, I think.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to think of something that it could be that isn't a tree or a wooden signpost or something where nature damages it.
And or destroyed. I mean, he says damaged
or destroyed it.
Destroyed.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's something that like when the camel's face fell off, that was sort of funny.
I mean, I think that there are displays, like this is a stretch, but there are displays within the national park that are of historical significance. They're protected, but they, some of them are man-made, some of them are quite unique. I mean, it could be like a sculpture or something to that effect, where, if he said, well, the blaze was a sculpture, boy, how many sculptures are on public display throughout the region that we're describing that was damaged in the last decade? Probably very few. That I think would be an example of a scary answer to give, if the blaze was a sculpture. And those are the types of things that I think it may be, is something that is unique enough where we're going to know what it is if he says it. I don't know what that item is, but I think we would know.
And a real quick question, Matt, what you sent me, is it okay to share that? Is that why you sent it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you asking for explicit permission?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm going to send you my legal document now.
Always ask for consent.
And then tomorrow you can show it.
Tomorrow, not today, not tonight.
You can show it right now. Please.
All right, I'll get that ready. You guys keep talking.
Well, I think the most interesting questions that have been posed to Jack are the ones that he doesn't answer. I mean, the ones where I think maybe it was Alan that had asked him, was the treasure actually in a canyon? And I'm paraphrasing. And the answer, I think, was one word. It was maybe. Mm-hmm. I mean, why wouldn't you just answer the question? Like, that's a very strange response to me. Like, it sounds like, hell yeah, it was in a canyon. Like, I mean, that's, it's like, how else do you interpret that? So, those are the types of questions to me that are the most interesting, are the ones where we don't get a response, or, nothing to our satisfaction anyway.
And real quick, Matt, which part would you like me to share? I got an email that just has the "he didn't understand my first question, oops" part.
Did I mess up?
I don't know. I'm really bad technologically speaking, so I would not assume that you messed up. I would assume that I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Oh, I'm assuming I messed up.
Oh, I like that. Yes, it was you. It was all you.
The email I just sent you, that has my question and then his answer. I took it out of a longer email, but those are word for word. Eventually I can show them.
If you want to share screen, you can go ahead and do that if it's more convenient.
Can I believe it doesn't work? No, okay. I'll try and find it. Give me a second.
Okay, all right. I so want to make sure I don't show something I'm not supposed to show. Is it okay to talk about upcoming videos or anything like that?
Not. You don't have my explicit permission to talk about that.
I'd be good.
No,
okay,
I don't know. This woman I know, she like cracked a whip to make, wanted me to make a video, and she kept talking about, like, when is it coming? Is it coming in an hour? Soon? I'm like, leave me alone. Her name's Cynthia. She can be very mean, and I'm working on it.
I can't tell if Cynthia froze.
We got something today that they called a clue. It wasn't really a clue, but they called it a clue, and that got me away from
Chapter 4, Zoom, baby. Yeah, Chapter 4.
Yeah.
And then the fact that 6 of us were constantly texting you all morning. So you absolutely had no time to finish that video. I know. I
But a
get
lot of
But
it
you
was,
better finish it tonight.
But yes,
a
I
lot of
expect
it was
it to
fun.
be
A
out
lot
there
of it
when I
was
wake
me just
up.
complaining about the clue. Oh, but we're not supposed to talk about chapter 4. Okay, all right. Where am I going? Share screen. Okay.
And real quick, Jeep Girl Jody says, and Jeep Girl Jody sending hugs, big hugs. I thought the blaze was a white rock uplift near Cold Springs Mountain in Irish Canyon. Gregory says a specific trail would definitely reveal where to search or the route to search through Wyoming. Billy Shaw Jr., what if the blaze is a physical object? That was supposed to say isn't a what if the blaze isn't a physical object? Paladin says read about the secrets of White Rock Canyon. Glyphs carved in stone all over the place from hundreds of years ago. Jeep Girl Jody says there is a bold white layer of limestone at the top of a perched canyon, Irish Canyon. Journeyman says sitting in just about the safest place in the world? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
That sounds like it's protected. Very much so.
We're going to find it, and I'm going to find that stick if it kills me. And go ahead and share anytime you're ready, Matt. I'll keep reading. Oh, here we go. There we go.
Can you see it?
We
Yeah.
can. We can.
Okay. Again, I asked the question and he didn't answer it, and I don't have it nicely spread out, and so you'll just have to trust me that this is word for word.
I'm just distracted, Matt, by your song charts on the right side there. Can't
What's
imagine what that's related to.
The what? Oh,
How do I
chapter 4, baby.
blur that? What? I don't even know what's over here.
Carrie's going to be mad at you.
Where's my, okay. Okay, so I asked him, why ask permission? The poem says take it, and Forrest never suggested you needed that. And like I said earlier, he said, if I had somehow found it, my first boots on the ground, I probably would have just taken it and told him after. But the more I thought about it over months in the chase, the more I wanted it explicit from him and not just dependent on words in a poem. Just being careful. We all knew this thing could turn into a legal hot potato.
Which it did.
Stop share. There we go.
Thank you, Matt.
You were sweating bullets, I could tell.
Not all of us are as tech savvy as you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right, Justin? Dang.
You guys.
I have so many song charts. Mike, you want one? I'll give you one.
Yeah, give us the song chart. Chapter 4 Zoom solved tonight
Say hi.
on Amy
Justin,
Seeks.
Justin, there's somebody here who wants to say hi to you.
I have to see what Justin looks like. Hi.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Nice to see you. I feel like I know you.
Well, likewise, I listen to your show regularly now. So
Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate it. Anyway,
Wait.
I know you guys have important
What
things.
show is that? What show is that?
It's a radio, an NPR affiliate radio show that is on in like a bunch of states. And we talked about the chase recently because of an article done by a journalist, and Justin was the star of the article, and so we talked all about him.
Yeah,
So
we,
you,
we were in Taos
is-
and the article came out, and so Justin, you and I talked or whatever, and it was very exciting. It was fun. I thought it was well written. And then like later that morning,
My producer found it.
a producer at her show said, I found this cool article. She didn't know, he or she
Page.
she didn't know the connection at all. And so she's pitching the show to Chris anyway. And then when the show is going on, I'm texting you, Justin. I'm like, it's a little weird that my wife is here talking about you on the radio. But anyway, it was a fun hour.
that's a bit odd. Yeah, I mean, shameless plug though. Her show called Think is phenomenal. So
so
everybody.
that
should
was your
absolutely
show
listen.
that I listened to?
Yes.
Cool. You guys all got to I'll put the link in the description below along with the other links of all the stuff we're talking about.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, y'all have a great night. Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Nice to see you. Well, that was way cool.
That was very cool.
Yeah, it was. It was. I mean, her show is not about me. It's not about our lives. I mean, it was weird, to have the radio on and she's talking about Forrest Fenn and she's talking about my friend Justin and it's like this is kind of weird. But,
well, there's one thing in particular that she said during that interview that I had to exclaim out loud, "Thank you," emphatically. I'll let you guess which line that was.
What? No, don't make us guess.
I don't know.
Well, think it over.
Give us a hint. Give us a hint. Anything.
No, I better not. No.
Oh, you're cruel. Cruel. Somebody hand him another drink. Just a hint.
No, I'm drinking tea now. You can't get to me.
Dang it. Jenny, can we get another drink for him?
Yeah.
All right, we've got a few comments from chat. Here we go. Gary. By the way, hi, Gary. So Gary Risher is, he's in chat, and he says, could go back to the blaze being a petroglyph, many of which are documented, especially in Yellowstone, as far as the blaze is concerned, and being a unique object that if you knew it, it would somehow jeopardize the location, right?
That's a great example. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, potentially something that's protected, potentially by the park authorities or something that's kind of maybe even roped off. I don't know. But, something that would stand the test of time, something that's a staple of the landscape, but something that you would know if someone said to you, oh, the blaze was a petroglyph. And you think, oh, well, there's only been a handful of petroglyphs that have been destroyed to that degree in the last 10 years. It can't be that hard to track down, right?
Yes, we know he said destroyed or damaged, but that's what kills me. Destroyed or damaged, which one? And that was the one question he didn't answer. And I'm like, oh, I responded, saying, I'm sorry, I meant to do 5 questions, not 6. And this was the question that was really important for me. And unfortunately, let me just check right now, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't responded yet as far as the blaze is concerned. No, still no response as far as whether or not it was damaged or destroyed and how that would affect someone searching for the treasure in today. I mean, one of the biggest concerns we all have is if we are going to continue trying to figure out where the special spot is there any way to know? Right? Otherwise, we're back where we started, where no one's found the chest yet, and we all know exactly where it is, right? At this point, how do we know, 100% if we got it correct? Besides the stick, we
only have one search season under our belt here. That's it. That stick is going to be gone in another year. So this is make or break us right here.
Well, and
stick 2021.
Unless that stick blew into the safest place in the world.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Possible.
All right, let's see. So Jack after that. By the way, hi, Gary. Gary is the one who Forrest, when he was coming out for Fenbury, slipped and totally slammed into Gary's truck and dented it. It was like a Superman moment, or what was that vampire show where, he puts his hands up, dents the truck. And yeah, it was crazy. And so anyway, that is who Gary is, of the dented truck fame. Jack says, we all have a huge advantage that Jack didn't have, namely a 75% reduction in search area. Theoretically, it should be 75% easier to solve now. Just saying.
Oh, I mean, I agree that there's a huge reduction in the area, but for those poor schmucks like myself who were pretty much convinced it was in Wyoming to begin with, it doesn't help all that much, unfortunately.
All right, Lucky Digger says, I thought that in K-Pro's interview, he said something about some kind of canyon. That was the maybe, right? That was was it in canyon or not? And he's like, maybe.
Yep.
Or does she mean Forrest Fenn's interview with K-Pro?
Doesn't say, doesn't specify. So let us know, Lucky Digger. Billy Shaw Jr. says, and by the way, Amy Seeks, that's how I see the questions. Billy Shaw Jr., I think Jack has said that he thought it must have been destroyed or damaged and that he never found it. He didn't explicitly say he never found it, but I don't know. Should we bring that up? Should I bring that up in the Q&A on Dale's site?
Sure.
Okay. Let me go ahead and do that. You
Well,
guys...
somewhere he says, I think it's the paragraph we're talking about. It's worded strangely. He says that something like, through much effort, I was able to ascertain that I was in fact looking at the real damaged blaze or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, what does that look like? What does that process look like? I don't know. So.
Okay.
There were a couple of answers on there that really didn't set well. There was the other one where someone asked if they could disclose, if Jack could disclose what the blaze is. And the answer was kind of odd. I mean, the way it was worded. He said, I think that could imperil the location if it ever becomes known. So what does that mean? Like, it doesn't necessarily mean, so only if the location becomes known will the location become imperiled if we were to know what the blaze was? Like what? I'm very confused by that terminology in his response. Maybe I'm just nitpicking though.
Yeah, I think to play devil's advocate, he was fielding a lot of questions, dozens and dozens of questions. And often he was getting back to people in 15 or 20 minutes. So, maybe, not the most elegant way to express that or something.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying, but
yeah,
I don't know. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense.
Amy's gone. We can do whatever we want. What are we doing, Cynthia?
Magic. Justin's going to dance.
You're going to do magic and Justin's going to dance. And
Actually, he's going to do magic while he dances.
Was this like a job at college? Wait, are you the dancing magician?
Yes, he is.
No, not at all.
All right. The teacher's back. We need to behave.
What did I miss?
So today is very...
What did I miss? Come on.
Nothing.
I'm sorry, my dog had gotten a hold of something that...
I feel like just blurting out everything that I blurted out just into you and Cynthia the other morning when I was like, okay, well, if this is what he says, I think I know where it is. Can we go there?
I kind of feel the same, and to be fair though, like David Steele has been a grounding force for me in the sense that, he comes back to the math and he talks about as much to the chagrin of many folks watching, the geographic coordinate solution and the mathematical probability that is a coincidence is astronomically low. I'm just going to have to throw it out there. I mean, it is what it is. Like, the numbers kind of speak for themselves. So, I don't think it's any secret that David Steele's opinion on this is that Jack is being totally honest, with the present situation for what he feels are obvious reasons, and that there's no reason to have any of this discussion that we're having right now, because of course the geographic coordinate solution is correct. And if you look at the math, I mean, it's hard to discount purely from that perspective.
Well, okay, but no, this is where this is the problem I have with that. You have to do some gymnastics a little bit to get to the number that works. I mean, come on, this thing nobody got to the number. If it's so obvious, nobody got to the number, and I'm not saying you were saying it's obvious, but if all signs point in one direction to one number, then somebody would have figured out in year one. But no one did, and you have to do these. You have to bend over backwards a little bit and this, okay, the starting place doesn't work, so let me do another starting place, and the homonyms don't work, so let me also add kangaroo words, and this one could be, but let me rule it out because it doesn't work. So you kind of have to tweak it and twist it, and then you get your number, and then you stand back and say, look at this thing that just appeared. That's kind of how I feel. I don't think it just comes to you. I think you kind of have to massage it.
Fair. Yeah. I mean, so the rules for this are you start where he says to begin, and anything that has a literal number spelled out in the word is fair game, and anything that homophonically speaking sounds like a number is also fair game. Those are the only rules. I mean, I guess I view those as fairly straightforward, but to my own credit, like I wrote those numbers out long ago, and I couldn't make sense of them. And I started at the top of the poem. I didn't. I mean, it sounds silly now, but start where he says to begin seems reasonable now in retrospect. But I agree that there's the one that's most contentious to me is this whole wraparound technique. It's like you get to the bottom of the poem, but no, you got to keep going. You go back up to the top and you add this one digit. That one especially is bothersome to me. But just the mere fact that you start at a position of the poem, and consecutively from there you end up with numbers that of the billions and billions of geographic coordinates in the world land in the prescribed area and meet all the criteria. I mean, that is interesting to me. Whether or not it's correct is clearly debatable. Unless you talk to David, it's not debatable. It is David, correct, right?
It is it.
Yeah. So I like both sides of this. I mean, I understand if you're looking at it mathematically, it's hard to stray from it. But you're right. There are rules that are involved to derive those numbers, and it really kind of boils down to whether or not you think those rules are reasonable. Yeah. But I digress. Back to the topic at hand here.
So something I've never really talked about much was I was never like a fan of the GPS solve, but I was super excited because obviously I don't know. I'm not Forrest, and I'm not the person who found it, right? So a huge part of it was just being so happy that Cynthia had. I remember when she texted me, "I've slept the best I have, in the past however many years." Right. And after that, I don't care whether it's right or not. Right. It's like I'm just so excited because it gave her this peace of mind. It was like, yay. Right. And so now we're in this whole thing about it's like, oh, shoot, now we don't know whether or not for sure if it was correct or not. And hopefully eventually that's going to come out. Hopefully eventually we'll have some indication if, even if it wasn't GPS, is it the right spot, right? Even if it wasn't GPS, was it the right spot and all that kind of stuff. But I do want to go through eventually with Justin the whole thing, because I remember when I first saw it, I was like, the massaging thing. I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this. So I do want to do that at some point, but yeah, I guess it is difficult when the finder says, just like with Forrest, how much do we believe? How much do we think maybe is being fibbed upon to save some information or something like that? How much do we take at face value? And the finder says, no GPS. But at the same time, like Justin is saying with the numbers, is like, what is the coincidence of this? And so I always find myself being like, well, with numbers, as clear as numbers are, they can still be fuzzy. Numbers can still be fuzzy when you consider whatever rules that you're putting forth for those numbers. And
yeah, I think that's why it's really important to, have clear, justifiable rules when you're doing the analysis of the poem in order to pull out those numbers. But right. The numbers aside, Jack has emphatically said pretty clearly that the geographic coordinate solution is incorrect, and so it's one of two things. I generally, from my perspective, I like to give folks the benefit of the doubt. I'd like to take what they're saying at face value, unless there's a compelling reason to the contrary. And so far, Jack hasn't said anything that makes me think, you know what, I don't have confidence in what he's saying. That's not true. I do have confidence because I have no reason not to.
Right.
And I've heard folks say, well, he didn't even want to come out, but the fact is, he's public now, and it appears to me that he's doing his best. Like, he's reaching out and making the best of what was an unfortunate situation. He's responding to emails. He's trying to balance. He's walking this line, and he's trying to throw folks a bone, but at the same time, there are legal implications that could harm him, I'm sure. And it's hard. I can imagine that. But for other folks, it's like, well, I don't trust what he's saying because the numbers speak for themselves. And I can see both sides of that.
Do you think, so like I was surprised that legally he was forced to come forward with who he was, because that was eventually going to come out. I guess I was surprised. I'm like, the court systems, I'm like, God dang it. Do you guys think that there is this potential that the location will also be revealed, just due to the court systems needing to verify that the claim of saying I've solved it, this is where it was? I mean, is that really a possibility?
I hope not. I really hope not. I mean, as much as I'd love to know the location, that would be just another unfortunate day for our legal system to get to the point where you're having to dredge out this sort of information from folks. That this was a game, guys. At the end of the day, like, this was meant to be fun for everyone. It's over. The game's over. There are sore losers involved in this game, no doubt, but
always, right?
It's done,
always sore losers.
And
It would seem like, rather than putting the onus over on the defendant in this case, the plaintiff can produce phone records, and we can find out who was texting her. Right? Remember the
right, and then that would end it all.
We all saw those email exchanges that were going back and forth, and she's saying now that's the finder, so therefore she's saying that's Jack. Once we identify that, then the whole thing can go away because it's not him.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know, but who knows?
That part is confusing. I guess I've been surprised so far that it's gotten as far as it has, just because anyone could claim exactly what she's claiming, so it confuses me that it continues to get traction. And I feel awful that I'm so excited that we have a finder because of the way it had to come out. And I feel that same conflict with, obviously, if we knew the location, all of us would be like, it would be the ultimate, like, you have the climax in a book, right? You're waiting to know the ultimate information, which is, where was it found, right? And all of us would be like, all right.
Yeah, but ask yourself, like,
but that's not how I want it to come out,
How do you want to find this information? Like,
exactly.
This is like any other riddle or puzzle out there, right? Like, if you go to the store and you're like, I'm going to buy this puzzle to solve, thousands of people have already solved it, but you're still buying it, right? Like, you still want to solve it on your own.
Adore the aha moment. It's like,
that's right. Like, you've purchased this for your own amusement. Like, and if somebody burst into the room and said, the answer is ABC, it's like, come on. Like, I was trying to do this for myself. And so ask yourself the question, at the end of the day, what would you feel better about? Would you feel better that, yes, you got a few hints because the person that found it threw you some hints, but didn't give it to you on a silver platter? You still had to work for it, and you found it. And that's something I think you can feel proud of. But if someone comes out and gives you the answer right off the bat, is that really the way you want to go about this? Maybe it is for some people, Cynthia, but not for me.
Cynthia, how are you about that? Because I know you are kind of like I want to know, right? How do you feel about that, Cynthia?
So because I don't really know what the answers to the clues are, the next step Jack could do to really, really help is say Yellowstone National Park, yes or no. Then that's still, it's almost as, I mean, that's the next step after Fenn said it was in Wyoming. So now, I mean, a lot of us, that's the question. Well, do you think it was in Yellowstone or was it outside the park? So especially, okay, so the one way you can sort of analyze this is if it was inside Yellowstone, he cannot probably say it was in Yellowstone. If it's not, if it was not in Yellowstone, what harm would there be to this place that he's trying to protect so much? What harm would there be in him saying it was not inside Yellowstone National Park? So that to me would be an incredibly helpful, and it still doesn't take you to the special place, but it helps narrow it down.
That's a good question. So if it's not in Yellowstone, what are the implications? If he said it's not in Yellowstone, what do you guys think? What are the implications if he said that?
There are none. This, I mean, to me, I mean, because I've searched so much of the wilderness, the Shoshone, you know, National Wilderness, which is huge. I just don't, if it would have been there, I don't even see what harm would it be him saying that. Now, if there's some kind of a protected area like Justin talked about earlier, sure, I understand Jack not wanting to give up a spot that's really, really protected. But if it's a national wilderness in Wyoming, obviously outside of Yellowstone, I just don't see how that could hurt anything, which to me implies then it's probably inside Yellowstone. But that's just me. It's not like I know anything. I mean, I don't know, but that's just my interpretation of him not telling us.
I don't think anyone's posed the question to him, but I suspect that he would choose not to answer that. And I think by virtue of not answering that question, he has answered the question. And that is
sort of like the canyon. I guess you could answer that and he could just say, maybe, like the canyon. But when he said the maybe, it's like, yes, it was found in the canyon. So,
So you guys are thinking it, like you're leaning towards it has to be Yellowstone.
It only because of the, yeah, I guess I am, just because he won't say that it's not. And it just seems to me, because I think there's going to be so many legal issues if it really was in Yellowstone. Maybe there's legal issues that came about since Forrest hit it. You know, rules do change.
Yes.
So, but yes. I don't keep up with it, and I don't know if anything has changed regarding national parks in the last 10 years. But it just seems to me that, yeah, I guess that's where I'm leaning.
Okay, as far as just people in the chat room and on this panel, how many are over 50% that it was in Yellowstone? Wow.
I mean, not dramatically over 50%.
But
think about the land designations that are at our disposal here, right? We've got national park, we've got state park, we have BLM, we have Forest Service. What am I missing? Designated wilderness areas, like actual wilderness areas.
Correct.
And you have like aren't there like reclamation areas? So outside of Cody, there's like bicycle trails or something, and they're on a kind of, it's not actually BLM, but it's similar to it, but it's not called that. It's like reclamation and it's still federal though.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, some sort of federal designation. And then the last one would be Indian land, right? I mean, an Indian reservation. And I think those are and of course, private land, right? So those are the designations at our disposal. So which of those would cause legal implications? Well, probably most of them to a certain degree, but some certainly more than others, right? I mean, on one spectrum, you have something like an Indian reservation. That is problematic for a lot of reasons. But on the other side, you have something like national forest. That's certainly more lenient than I think pretty much anything in between, unless it was private land owned by forest, where you pretty much can do whatever he said you could do, which might be pretty much anything, as long as he's not responsible for any liability. But yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting to look at it from that perspective. Is like, obviously there's some legal concerns here. So which of those designations would help drive the answers that he's given? And national park is certainly near the top. I mean, I think Indian reservation would be at the top, and depending on the type of private land,
who owns the chest after it was found.
How about fish and game? So Justin, in Sunlight Basin, there were some side areas that were definitely governed by federal fish and game. What kind of regulations do they have?
So fish and game is, I don't know all the implications, but I'm not aware of any additional restrictions that would only apply to fish and game. As far as I know, it's mostly in line with what you'd see for any other national forest designation. But that may vary by state. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm definitely okay. So the chat is saying, let's see, what do we have? We definitely have kind of a split chat as far as we have 100% as far as it being in Yellowstone. K-Pro says Yellowstone. Yes, 99.999999%. Yes. So, I mean, and we have a no from Zozo Rocks. Stuck in Chaselandia says M. I have no idea what that means. Montana? 99% it was in Yellowstone National Park. So I think a lot of people are leaning towards Yellowstone, which, part of that kills me just because when I was working on it, I kept thinking, there's no way it would be in Yellowstone. It's just so complicated. There, like, how could you get around all of the rules and laws and all that kind of stuff to give somebody something like in the CBS Sunday Morning interview where he says, what if there's not a problem? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, well, that rules out Yellowstone, right?
Well, see that, I'm the opposite.
But Forrest was
I went
cocky.
Full circle. So when I first started in the chase, I thought, oh yeah, Yellowstone makes sense. Like his memoirs about it, he's in love with Yellowstone. Let's take it at face value. Let's just go to it, right?
Right.
And then I start thinking about the legal implication. It's like, well, no way. Like this sounds really scary to hide it in a national park. There's a lot of problems here. I mean, why would he?
What if?
But then I came full circle and said, really, one of the few places that can make sense is Yellowstone. And what I landed on was, and I know I've mentioned this before, so I apologize for repeating myself, but I think it is important, and that is the land designation has an impact on the stability of the land, right? So national forests, I mean, you can that can be leased out for activities like logging, stripping the land. I mean, it's not ironclad. Right. Things can happen there. BLM is even worse. Mm-hmm. And so you think about the kinds of areas where...
Wait, how is BLM worse?
BLM, they
volatility.
I'm sorry, Matt?
In terms of volatility, change, and...
Oh, right, because it's not such a strong designation as far as being changed through Congress, through that kind of stuff.
Right.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
And so I'm looking at places that are really protected because those are the types of places that have the most stability for the land that's in that boundary. So very stable land would be something like a national park or a wilderness area. I mean, you think about a wilderness area, and that's like the gold standard of conservation of land. Like if you get wilderness designation, you're home free. You can't do anything there.
Right.
And yes, there is wilderness area very close to national park. Or to Yellowstone. That is interesting too. But those are the types of lands that are most interesting to me because they're stable. They'll be stable for years to come. Yeah. Yeah.
And Yellowstone. So
I think Yellowstone is also on people's radars because, correct me if I'm wrong, but twice Forrest didn't need to say, I placed it on the ground, but he sort of went out of his way to say, essentially, hey, I didn't bury it. Just in a way that
It
sort of
was like
raised
making
eyebrows.
sure.
Like, why is he doing that? I mean, he didn't say very much between June 6th and his passing, but I believe twice he said, hello everyone, I just placed it on the ground. So there's that, and now we have. I mean, maybe this is happening, or maybe I'm wrong, but I did think it was interesting that Jack didn't need to tell people about explicit permission, but he kept saying to many different people, hey, by the way, I got explicit permission. And now we're talking about it and everybody knows. So I think these things, might be kind of laying
Like a
the
legal
groundwork.
precedence.
Yeah. Although I did float this with Justin, I was like, there's really no, court of public opinion for something like this, right? It's not like so I don't really know, but I do know that people are thinking about this, and it makes them, makes them look at Yellowstone.
We are all leaning towards Yellowstone.
Well, so combine all of this, these land designations, and the sanctity of the land, with the video clip that he sends out about wheelbarrows. I mean, what do you get from that?
Wait, which video clip?
Tell me you saw the clip.
I don't know if I did. It's been crazy.
You would know. You would know if you saw it. It's about wheelbarrows.
Wait, the one that's referenced in his video? In
Fargo. It's a scene in Fargo.
The Fargo one, where he says,
Fargo
I always loved this, where he talks about...
Well, the point of that, I don't know what
you've seen
connection
it.
you're making, Justin. I don't know what connection you're making. I took it to simply mean that you can't see the forest for the trees. You can't see what's right in front of you.
It's obvious.
Right, you can't see the obvious, yeah.
Right. And so you read the memoir as a memoir. You talk about these land designations and what would make sense and what wouldn't. It's like it strongly hints towards Yellowstone in many ways. It's hard to ignore that.
Yeah. Speaking of clips, he also pointed everyone to a TED Talk. Did y'all watch that?
I haven't seen that one, but I think it's actually one that I have saved in my list. I think I've actually watched it before. Have you watched it?
Yes. Well, what's interesting is that the person who's giving this TED Talk, as an illustration, pulls out a dowsing rod, or is that what it's called? Or like finding spirits or whatever. And I immediately
Cynthia has used that in one of her videos, by the way. Just saying.
She did.
Yes.
But
I spoke to Forest Spirit using those.
Exactly.
So what do you think of that video, Matt?
The TED Talk? Or
the TED Talk.
Oh, well, it was good. I mean, it was kind of I love his video. I mean,
yeah,
we're not just talking about an intelligent, intuitive searcher. I mean, I want to listen to folks like that. But no, we're talking about the person who found it. So we're traveling back in time. He knew the general area, and he was getting closer and closer, and now we get to,
and he knew it right away.
To get his thinking. I mean, he answered so many questions. If you've ever wondered where we should go on the imagination logic continuum, that video tells you.
I could see that.
And I mean, so many things are answered in that cognitive bias video. It's really excellent. His interest is not. I could go on and on. His interest is not in arguing for a geographic location or against a geographic location, but there is a little bit in there where he is kind of not really anti-New Mexico, but kind of. I guess he kind of shoots down a common argument that is made for New Mexico.
Yes.
And the only reason I bring it up is because it's part of a cohesive story. There's veracity here, as we look at something from 2019. because people are coming up with all kinds of conspiracies. Forrest tapped this
Of
guy or
course.
whatever.
Of
Like,
course.
okay, but so anyway, I think there's lots of good stuff in there. It's science based. It's the best explanation I heard about confirmation bias, and it's just fun. It's really good. It's very well done.
I'll make sure to put a
It's
link in
unique.
the description.
I mean, think about the timeline for that video. I hope I'm not like blowing all your content for your video that you're
I
creating,
just
Matt.
blew about half of it. So. This is my video.
Can we talk about the fact that
This is my
it's
video.
that your video is upcoming? I mean, I know there are people like me who just love your videos.
I mean,
Your videos are phenomenal.
I was just gonna kind of synthesize, look at the material, illustrate some things, talk about connections, and just sort of create a space for people to talk or whatever. But
So if anyone is unfamiliar at this point, Matt is
I'm retired.
He,
Cynthia wanted
Not
to
yet.
come out of retirement.
Cynthia, I have to say I'm really grateful that Cynthia pushed you to doing this, because I so appreciate your analysis of Forrest, and Forrest loved your analysis. I mean, honestly, I was surprised that Forrest didn't ask you to do his autobiography, because your analysis of Forrest was so spot on and so beautifully done. So anyone who's not familiar, Matt is Smelled the Sunshine on YouTube. And he's the one who did these, very PBS style, Ken Burns style videos. No, don't shake your head. And the audio is excellent too. I'm just like, my God, that is amazing narrative. So he will be doing. He's putting together right now. Who knows when it will come out? No pressure, but. Cynthia was like, do a video. And so a video will be coming out on his channel, Smell the Sunshine, about some of the stuff that's been coming out with Jack. And I'm sorry to plug you and embarrass you, but I always appreciated your analysis, because it was spot on. Forrest himself loved it. Who is this guy? Wait, do anyone know who this guy is? Who is this guy who's produced this video that just is so spot on? And I'm guessing that Jack watched your videos too. Did you ever let him know who you were when you emailed him?
No. It's hard to gauge.
You should have been like, I'm kind of a big deal. Just so you know. just so you know, I'm kind of a big deal.
He's kind of a big deal.
Yes, of course.
And I mean, YouTube is one thing, and Facebook is kind of its own little thing. And there are some people, I think, who are still in the forums, and so there are some little enclaves. What's interesting is that Jack was not an outsider. That's another thing about the cognitive bias video.
Yes,
you listen to that. He mentions AGK right at the top. He knows all the lingo.
He was supposed to be on AGK. I mean, I'm like, oh my God. What would...
Yeah.
So, anyway, yeah, and that would have been interesting if he had, I guess he was booked and he was canceled. What if he had gone on there and it would have been a success? Toby would have loved him. Shelley would have loved him. It would have been a great show.
Yes.
So what does that mean? Would he have become more active, and we would have known him, and he would have made more videos? And
that was one of my questions
reality
for him.
where he's more involved in
Yes.
the community.
Right, because he did attempt to be more involved, and it just didn't work out.
He's like, hey guys, this is my first video, so you get the idea that he's gonna make more.
And he left it up. He left that video up after he knew. Like, I know there's options to scrub your information from the internet before something like this happens, right? I know it was done before, but I won't go into that. But anyway, but he decided to leave that video up and post the video that he had of the uncut interview for Outside Magazine. Which I guess it's so crazy to be in a position where so many people are like, we're never going to know anything ever, right? And we're like trying to trying to face that. It's like, okay, I spent whatever years of my life devoted to this. I spent whatever time, whatever money, and I'm never going to know anything more, right? And then all of a sudden, we have a finder, and he's answering emails. It's like, it's kind of mind-blowing. And he's answering emails to so many people. You know, I know that for anyone watching, I know that K-Pro has a lot of these emails that she's been accumulating, as far as like, so that way everyone can eventually know. We have Hint of Riches, and then I'm sure she's going to be live on Monday to share a lot of this stuff. And so we've got all this information that's a little bit scattered, which of course we all hate. You know, we all hate that it's scattered. We're just like, no, it's got to be in one place. But we're like doing our best. We're like, okay, let's try and accumulate this and try and have it in one place. And so many things are actually being answered. And obviously a lot of them are making us say, okay, if that, then what about this? Like, I know I'm just dying to know about the blaze. It's like, damn it, right? So, like, why not answer, you know, if the blaze was damaged or destroyed, if we try and solve it now, what chance do we have of actually knowing if we solved it? If the blaze is a physical object in the field that tells us we found the right spot, if it's damaged or destroyed, how do we know if we have the right spot if we keep searching?
Yeah, that's one of the things that really bothers me is that, you know, I think that the messaging that I'm getting from Jack, and again, I'm paraphrasing, but as I understand it, it's something to the effect of, well, you'll know when you're there. You know, it's a special place, like things will line up and you'll know. And
that's a lot of faith.
You know, the thing about that is it's like, it goes both ways. Like, you know, for someone who has very early on in the search honed in on a particular area, and an area that happened to be correct, right? You didn't have a lot of breadth of searches or areas to really say, you know, like what speaks to forest and what doesn't, because you nailed it. Bravo, you nailed it straight away.
Nailed it.
I guarantee that if you spend enough time and you look enough places, you will find other places that feel fenny and seem poetic, almost too poetic.
Yes.
And so
everything will fit perfectly.
Yeah, I maintain that it's not reasonable to say that, well, you'll know when you're there. I guess I just don't agree, because I've seen some of those places that line up just perfectly, and you'd think, how could it not be here? Like this, I mean, how could this not be the place? And it wasn't. So I guess I maintain that we need more. Like something else has to give in order for us to have that utmost confidence. And that kind of goes back to the comment earlier where I was talking about there are folks that would like to actually discover this on their own. It would be wonderful to have that opportunity. And I think the only way you're going to have that opportunity is if there is something there that you can validate and say, yes, I did it. Like, this is the spot. I mean, if he could leave a trinket behind, if he could mention something in the area that, you know, wouldn't give it away at all, but when you're there, you'd see it and go, okay,
we got it.
This is it. You know, we nailed it. Something to that effect would be beyond helpful. I for one would really appreciate that.
I felt, you know, it was funny because I had actually emailed him, and I blame Forrest for this. Forrest always teased me because he said I wasn't risky enough, adventurous enough. You know, he always teased me because he was just like, you know, it's like you play it safe too much, right? And so I actually emailed Jack a list of a whole bunch of questions dealing with how do we know 100% if we're going to still keep searching for this? Is there any way to possibly know? And stuff like that. And I'm like, shoot. And he's like, he was very sweet. I mean, he's been extremely tolerant as far as how many questions he's been answering. And he's like, maybe just 5 questions. And I'm like, right. I'm sorry, but I had to take the risk. I'm never out on the edge. And so I did. And it was really hard narrowing down 5 questions to ask when it has to do with this kind of stuff, because I'm like, if the blaze is damaged, and stupidly, I mean, I meant to do 5, and as I reread the email, I did 6. But granted, it's been a rough week and a half, so I do want a little break on that. But one of the questions he didn't answer was that question in between about the blaze, because I'm like, if we're gonna keep searching, there has to be something that will allow us to know for sure if we found the spot, other than, ooh, this is definitely it. Because everyone found a spot that they knew 100% sure this was it. I mean, I've received so many emails, and I've tried to respond to all of them, and I know I haven't responded to all of them, about people who said, obviously I've solved it because it can't be anything else. And they're 100% convinced. And Jack happened to be right about his area, right? And he said he had, what was it? It was how soon after he had bought the Thrill of the Chase, he had already had his search area, right? That leads me back to the people who had gotten within 500 to 200 feet without completely solving it, but just doing the geographical thing, right? Like pairing things up. This goes with this goes with this, so this might be the area, and I'm going to search the heck out of it.
Yep.
I mean,
I maintain that I don't think it's that damned hard. It's
well, I mean,
more
to
than
a
several
point,
people.
Within
more than
2
several
years. Yeah, within 2 years, people had come within 200 feet of the treasure. Within 2 years, people had done that without technically solving it. They had come within 200 feet of the treasure, by just matching it up geographically. So obviously, you can get a search area pretty fast that way, and then just search the crap out of it. But then, if the blaze is damaged or destroyed, how are you ever going to know if you have the right nook?
That's right. That's the problem, I think, is it? And let me clarify that. I mean, it is hard. Don't get me wrong. It's clearly very challenging. I guess what I meant was the starting location, I don't think is that hard. More than several people continue to get the first 2 clues correct. We've got people coming within a couple hundred feet of this thing.
But they didn't know they had the significance of it.
Yeah,
right.
And they're missing something. So what that tells me is that these first 2 clues weren't that hard. And he says they get progressively easier, but clearly they didn't, because folks went right on past that 3rd clue and didn't notice it, right? I mean,
that's another quote from the raw footage video. Cynthia, do you have that committed to memory yet?
Which
The one from Outside Magazine?
You have to have the first clue, and then he said, after that, it's academic.
Academic. Sorry, I'm
So you had
calm down.
quoted the one which didn't get a lot of attention. The progressively easier quotation. I always thought that people should quote that more often.
Yes, it gets
Very
progressively. I'm sorry, I'm totally
No,
excited.
No, that's fine. But in that raw footage video, he kind of has a different take on it. You need to have the first clue. You got to know where to start, and then after that, it's academic. Well, really?
Okay, so what I want to know, Matt. So, what is your interpretation of academic? Because for me, it had to do with not boots on the ground, but that's open to interpretation.
Oh no, that expression, I think, it's not quite a foregone conclusion, but it's straightforward. Somebody should look it up, but isn't it something along those lines?
So academic meaning it's obvious?
Yeah.
Okay.
Straightforward. It's clear.
And I do see your questions
It's like
in
everything
chat.
hanging on that one thing. Now, we have in this not so vast body of literature from Jack, a clear picture is emerging,
Yes.
and you'll have a difficult
Slowly.
time finding Jack saying that what you need to do is solve that first clue and then yada yada. That wasn't his MO.
True.
It was final resting place,
Right.
slip ups, and then like know the man, close reading of a text,
And he had it within like 2 weeks.
The blaze figures in more prominently in his method than the first clue. It has appeared now in a number of places, and it's so consistent, you know. Flip-ups, final resting place, blaze. I think we have, you know, the big pieces of you know, what led him there.
Do you think it's solvable from that if we incorporate Yellowstone as being the area?
Well, I'd have to just tell you what my thinking is, and I don't think Justin wants me to.
I never said that. I just think that you want to save something for your video, right? I mean,
I wasn't going to put that in my video.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
okay, you're killing me. Please say. Please say.
You know, the finder.
Justin.
We've all been wrong except for one person.
Except for one
and
person.
This one person has told us I've lost my train of thought. He told us a lot of things in the cognitive bias video. Justin doesn't want me to give this away. What's wrong with you?
Wait, it's okay if Justin doesn't. Justin, yes or no? I mean, if it's no, it's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, you know, what is that?
Okay.
The game's over, guys. I mean, there's no chest there, so it's
Right,
like,
right.
you know, I go for it, Matt. How's that?
Okay.
I just say he said the biggest hint or the best advice, I can't remember exactly, that Forrest ever gave us was read the book normally.
Yes.
And it's like those damn wheelbarrows. It's just you're like, what? He puts out one video and it's about the way the brain works. What? But it's so simple. It's so straightforward. And now he says, here's the most important thing that Forrest ever said. And everybody's hanging on the edge of their seats. Read the book normally.
And what does he say in the book?
So I was thinking about that. I was thinking, this is what I got all excited about the other day. I think if you take that at face value, that's the best piece of advice Forrest ever gave. Read the book normally. Well, then and if you just read it as a memoir, the memoir tells you where he wants to die. There's a whole chapter on it. There's a whole chapter on where this man wants to die.
Yeah.
It's not a big mystery. I mean,
he wants to go
it's
back.
right there in the book.
It's
But
right
how-
there in the book. If you read it normally, just like a memoir, you close the thing, and somebody says, where does this guy want to die? He wants to die in Yellowstone. He wants to die along a stream, in some trees where he used to fish as a kid. There's a whole chapter on it.
Guys are
Now, does that
telling me.
narrow it down to 3 football fields? I don't know.
Well, so if you take that a step further and you say, look, there's a whole chapter on this, right? I mean, we all know it's fly water. Like, I mean, when he closes his tackle box for the last time, right? Now, then he mentions, oh, well, you should look back at some of the previous articles.
He does.
You know, that because he tells us to do that.
He talks
Okay.
about the substitution of words.
Let's
Wait,
take
the
that a
what?
step further. Let's look at Flywater,
Okay.
and we'll look at the excerpts from Flywater that
Right.
came before the actual memoir.
And the
What
differences
changed?
in the articles that were released.
And at first I thought, well,
obviously.
maybe that's a slip up. But again, he says that these were things that people didn't notice. But everybody noticed that the fire hole was removed.
I mean, that was one of the first things I did. You know, you find these articles and you're like, oh, there's some key differences.
But I think the fire hole, the
But that seems
Madison,
so-
the Yellowstone, these are wheelbarrows.
Ah,
It's just so obvious.
you're killing
And
me,
that's the
Matt.
trouble. Like,
And-
lots of people, obviously, tons of people have searched the Madison. Tons of people have searched Firehole. They've torn that canyon apart. I mean, I feel like I grid searched that entire canyon from top to bottom, and obviously I'm empty-handed. So, what is everyone missing? That's the starting location. It may very well be that is the starting location. So
Slip ups and blaze. And there's a hint about what the blaze is in the book.
Yeah, apparently he did say that. There's a hint about the blaze. But the blaze has been damaged or destroyed. That's what bugged me. Is in that, let's see here if I can bring it up. When he says that the blaze has been damaged or destroyed, let's see here. The blaze could have been damaged, knowing what I knew about that location, and to try to find that, but I didn't feel my chances were good.
So if you look at the history of events that have occurred,
Yes.
and
yes,
let's say Firehole Canyon over the last 10 years,
yes.
what sort of geographic alterations
Yes.
have happened?
Yes.
Anybody?
Have you researched this? I'm assuming.
Well, we had fire, but that was too late.
Somebody
was that,
hang
Matt?
on just in another sidecar.
I
All
don't
right,
know
Justin,
where it's at. I mean, that's.
Have you
that's
looked
the
into
fact.
that? Have you looked into what has been damaged in that area?
Well, sure, I have. Yeah.
Okay, what have
Yeah,
you
I mean-
got? Come on, don't kill us.
There was one time driving through the park years ago where I went to go into Firehole Canyon
Okay.
during the summer, but Firehole Canyon Drive was closed. And
Yes.
it was closed for a specific reason. So all I'm saying is it might be worthwhile to kind of look at what's been going on in the canyon in the last decade.
What nature-wise in Yellowstone could have damaged and destroyed anything
Sure.
that might be ablaze? Is that what you're saying?
Could be. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's
Sorry. Matt laughing makes me laugh. I'm
any
sorry.
guess is good as another. I mean, I don't know.
Right. Okay, I'm going to scroll real quick because I know a lot of people have been putting at Amy Seeks. I'm going to scroll up. Billy Shaw Jr. says, when you read Flywater normally, you may notice what you think is a typo. Wink. Okay. All right. Dee Dee. Oh, Dee Dee Dee. That's like what chickadees. That's the call of a chickadee. Dee Dee Dee. Okay, sorry, geeking out with the biology. Amy Seeks, you correctly perceive that Jack did not solve the poem. He can claim to be the finder, but he definitely does not know the meaning of all 9 clues that need to be followed precisely to, and then it stops.
Let me just speak to that because I said that he talked about the blaze. I didn't mean to imply that he knew what the blaze was and nothing else, because later on he says that he had solved all 9 clues. There was one that sitting with Forrest gave him additional insight about what it meant or the significance of it. But
Oh, that's right.
as Jack worked this thing out, he solved the thing. But he may have kind of gone about it in a way that wasn't just, ABC, so forth.
So do you think that Jack solved it the way that Forrest had hoped it would be solved?
I don't know.
I think so personally, but it's just a hunch. But keep in mind that this whole 9 clues thing isn't setting well with me, because Jack keeps saying that Forrest might have almost done a disservice by saying there are these 9 exact clues that need to be solved. The trick is to look at this as a whole, a big picture item. And Forrest has said things to that effect over the years as well. Look at the big picture. There's no shortcuts here. What if you just ignore there has to be 9 clues and you just look at this holistically? Does that help?
No.
Well, we know from the raw footage video that sometimes Forrest would
Being silly.
he wouldn't sell the steak, he would sell the sizzle, and he
Yes.
sold the chase, right? And he gave that director what he wanted. And
We know for sure. Yeah, I was shocked.
yeah,
in
it
the
was a classic
unedited-
nothing murder.
Yeah, in the unedited Outside magazine video. He said they basically told him, we're looking for something for you to say this. And Forrest is like, okay.
Yeah, he fed him a line, and Forrest kind of reinterpreted that. But he was selling the chase. He was in sales. He knew how to do that.
He did.
Yeah.
My grandpa was like that. I remember.
So maybe he found that when he talked about 9 clues, that people could get their teeth into that rather than saying, hey, want to read a poem? I don't know.
I got this really awesome poem. It's like so cool, and you're gonna love it. It's like really cool.
I mean, I don't know what to say about that, where he mitigates the significance of 9 clues and says that we need to think about it more as just a flowing narrative or whatever. It's interesting language. I don't know.
I mean, we know it's a journey that Forrest took. It's sights that he saw along the way. It is
right. He does
an
talk
experience
about
that he had. And now we combine that with everything else we know now. We know that it's wheelbarrows. We know that it's obvious, or more obvious than a lot of folks have made it, myself included, probably. and we're looking at the big picture here. Look, we all know. Let's just say we'll leave the numbers aside, and we'll say, let's state what we think is the obvious. Forrest wanted to die in Yellowstone. Okay, so you look at this poem, you say, well, we're going where these warm waters are holding. We're going down a canyon. Like, well, which canyon? Like, which warm waters? I mean, holistically, if you look at it, the big picture, well, Yellowstone is where warm waters hold, right? So you're in Yellowstone, you're going down into a canyon. Well, what canyon? I mean, you look at the memoir for clues. What sort of canyons is he referring to? What sort of places is he talking about? I mean, places like Madison Canyon, places like Firehole Canyon. Those are fairly obvious, I think, in the memoir. And as Forrest mentioned, people are getting these first 2 clues correct. It's not that hard. Like, more than several people are getting this right. It's the obvious. I really think it is.
But if it's obvious, how does it last 100 to 1,000 years? If it's obvious, and you do the work. He talks about somebody who did the work.
I agree that there has to be work involved here, and the problem, I think, is going beyond those first 2 clues. He's gone from the obvious to, I think, the exceedingly obscure in a matter of 1 clue.
Shit.
Not too far to walk, put in below the Homer Brown. I wouldn't be surprised if that's obscure as hell. And that's the mental gap here. And if you are if you're hard-headed, let's say Jack's a hard-headed guy, right? He reads this thing and he's like, look, of course it's in Firehole Canyon. Sure,
fit that description, yes.
Okay, well, he says it's the obvious, it's in Firehole Canyon. And he's just tenacious. And he's like, I'm not going to accept anything else because all the clues are pointing here. It seems as obvious as it can get. So let's keep going with it. And perhaps if you dwell on that long enough and you have the right journalistic capabilities, you can figure out what that mental gap is and bridge it. I don't know.
Sorry, that's not what I wanted to share.
Oh my gosh, your browsing history.
All the porn. Oh no. Yeah, my browsing history is pretty damn boring. It's like, puzzles and science. Yay.
It was kind of boring. I was looking for something I could nail you on.
I know. I feel bad for people who try and do that because they're like, wow, Amy is really into science. Like, it's extremely boring. I do want to make sure. Okay, let me scroll real quick. There were a couple people who said, please ask this. Let's see. Billy Shaw says, we'll know because the stick will be there. Fuck yeah, I'm a sticker. Not a nooker, which honestly sounds weird. But I'm a sticker.
Stickers versus the nookers.
The nookers. Oh no, I can't scroll up. Oh shoot. I'm so sorry. The chat is kicking 160 people watching. Hi, everybody. Okay. Some people had asked some questions. Somebody said, please ask Justin if he's watched my videos. Very important was the name of the person. So I don't know if you watched his videos or not. And I'm sorry, if you could re-ask those questions, my chat, the way it works is you scroll through chat and it stops at some point. And and no longer scrolls. So apparently it's a popular hangout for Sunday night. So
I don't think
re-ask
I've
us.
seen the videos, by the way. So feel
Okay.
free to email me the link. I'm not clear on where to find them offhand. So.
Okay, very important. Go ahead and wait. How do I know you? I know you have very mistakenly given your email out on other shows.
Oh, it's fine. So two things. One is that I have a huge backlog of emails, so I apologize in advance. If it's
I know
tardy
it's hard
reply.
to keep up. I feel so bad.
But yeah, so the email. No, it's fine. I don't mind. So the email address is emailchaos@gmail.com. That's CHAOS. Feel free to email me the video links.
Feel free to harass him at will.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about this thing you said, Justin, or you kind of suggested, this idea that we can look at this, that Jack was just like every other searcher. They're all very confident. Oh, I've got this thing figured out.
Yes.
But Jack just got lucky.
Right.
Yeah, he's got a trump card. He's got that chest, and
the ultimate trump card.
And that going back to the cognitive bias video, in that section on Darwin, he talks about combating each one. What can you do about these biases that hamper us? And he talks about being critical, taking criticism, evaluating, being willing to change your mind. One of the most interesting things he says is that, and this goes back to that TED Talk video.
With wheelbarrows.
No,
that's a different one. Right, sorry.
That human beings are pattern detecting creatures. Our brains are...
by function.
Right. Just you don't have to say, "Hey, I'm going to go open this memoir and look for connections and patterns."
Correct.
We already do that. In fact, we see them. We do it so well. We do it, and we see connections where there aren't connections. So we have to ride the brakes on this.
What's the term of that again?
Apophenia.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a scientific term. Clouds.
Rather than say, "Hey, tonight I'm going to work on this. I've got 2 hours. I'm going to look for connections." No. Just the opposite. You should never do that. You should, and this is the thing he said. He said, "I always considered it a coincidence unless evidence came along and confirmed it." And the big thing for him was intent. If he was able to find Forrest's intent in creating this. Otherwise, it was always ruled a coincidence.
The
Think
data.
about reading the memoir and just ruling all patterns and connections out, unless you could say, "No, I'm finding authorial. I'm finding an intent from the author. This is a good one."
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's huge on his methodology. That's huge on.
That's the scientific method. The data has to drive the theory, not the theory driving the data.
Yeah, I mean, don't read the book looking for clues. Read the book as a book, just like Matt's saying, as a memoir, and as Jack's saying. And when think about it in terms of what his special place is, like that. Is it really that straightforward? Maybe.
Okay, a really quick question from the chat. How many of you think that he solved it the way Forrest wanted it to be solved, as far as knowing Forrest, right? So we're getting this. Oh, shut up, Justin. Justin, shut up. I'm muting Justin from now on. Sorry. And anyway, let us know, okay, no, stop. I'm sorry, I can't. Justin.
I gotta get a refill. I'll be right back.
Hell.
Okay, Cynthia, go.
So, I don't think Forrest had an issue with however Jack solved it. In the original article written by the Finder, he said Forrest called him a genius. So whether or not, did Forrest care? He didn't. I don't think he hid the treasure chest because he wanted us to crack his poem. That was just a vehicle for him to deliver information so that we could find the treasure chest. Whether or not Jack found it because he got all 9 clues in order, where he figured out where he wanted to die, and then as Jack is walking from WWH down the canyon or driving or whatever he did,
Right.
and then it's like he maybe almost reversed engineered it, or just got the confirmation of the thoughts he had in his head.
Right.
I just don't see Forrest caring one way or the other. The whole thing Forrest did was hide the treasure chest so it could be found. Whether or not we interpreted the clues right, I don't think he
Now,
cared.
what about spending? So this is, I guess, one thing that bugs me a lot is that one thing I've learned from knowing Forrest is that he had an ego, right? He had an ego. He spent 15 years crafting something that he was somewhat confident was going to take a very, very, very long time to solve. Now, obviously, that depended on how many people were going to be working on it. But if you have the ego, if you spent 15 years crafting something, how is it possible that you're okay with that cleverness to never be known?
Yeah, you would think that Forrest would have encouraged Jack to reveal the solution to show how clever Forrest was. Is that what you're getting at?
Sort of, yes. Yeah. Because, I mean, the number of times I would ask Forrest, how can you handle all this attention, right? Like, how can you handle all of this stuff happening? And I told Jack this because I was like, obviously Jack has the right to know this kind of stuff. But, he would respond, I like people. And then he would lean in and wink and say, and maybe I like the attention a little bit too. Right? So, I mean, and then he had this insecurity complex with his father being this intelligent math teacher, principal person. And I just, psychologically speaking, I find it hard to believe that Forrest is okay with nobody knowing this 15-year solution being so clever. But the finder says not clever, not puzzly. And I have a really hard time with that, I guess.
I always thought he would want to talk about it just because Forrest was a talker. He liked stories, and now he's got a good one.
Yeah.
But you're right. Jack didn't think that Forrest created this thing to kind of, with a flourish to show his brilliance. Like
a little bit of the ego
Yeah,
of
he
like
says
my
that
dad would be proud of me for producing this thing.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't think that was part of it though.
Right. Yeah. I have a hard time with that. Psychologically speaking, it's just, with the time I've spent with Forrest, it just seems so more probable that Forrest came up with something that his dad would have been proud of, clever wise. And that's the opposite of what we're getting from the finder. He's like, that wasn't it. It's not puzzly. That's the part that I have the hardest time with. And
But
people.
Forrest kept telling us to simplify. It was straightforward. There was no subterfuge. I don't think
Well, there's
in
no.
Forrest's head it was. I think I guess he imagined it would not be found in his lifetime. But
He was
I
so
don't know.
confident in that until 2018.
Yeah.
What produces that kind of confidence? He says someone who's going to do the work, that kind of stuff. And real quick, I'm sorry for chat, so I will answer a few. So Dee Dee says, Amy Seeks, why is Jack's only pick of the chess such an unflattering and jumbled display, totally at odds with what Forrest promised to bedazzle the finder? I'm guessing you're speaking to like the original post of what the chess looked like. Here's a quick survey. How many of you in the chat 118 of you. Hi, everybody. What's up? Happy Sunday. How many of you saw the picture of the chest, the open chest, and was like, wait, where's the other stuff? Or were you like, were you satisfied with what you saw, or were you expecting more? Billy Shaw Jr., I saw that Willitude made a great point that perhaps the spot has some tragedy associated with it, and that's why he didn't want it to be there. That's interesting. Do you think it's a tragic spot, or do you think it's a emotionally important positive spot? So we know the spot is, it's clear the spot was extremely, right, deeply ingrained in Forrest's psyche. Was it fishing? Was it, I know, okay, I'm going to say it, prepare yourselves, I've had enough to drink. Was it an emotional moment with someone? Okay, that's as far as I'm going to go.
Elegant way of putting it.
Thank you very much. We know that this spot was extremely important to Forrest in some way. Was it emotional? Was it psychological? What was it that made this spot so incredibly important? And what was it that Jack thinks that we're going to go there and say, this is so Forrest? Because like we talked about before, we're like, how do we know 100%? Because I would love, like we talked about before on a Zoom, right? Looking for the stick, bending over, just looking for that stick. Because at this point, it is the only thing that we have a picture of that we can verify. Right? We have nothing else at the spot that tells us for sure you have the right spot. And if we continue to search for it, what do we have that says, yes, you got it right? That's where I'm torn. I really want to keep working on it. But if I don't have 98% surety, right, that this is the spot, how do I justify the time I'm looking for it?
And that's the balance to be struck. It's clear that he doesn't want to divulge the location, but for those that want to keep searching and potentially find it, I mean, maybe it's unreasonable for me to say this, but I think that's only fair. There are folks out there who don't have the same closure that he has, and I'm hoping there's enough empathy involved where he can extend that, but also not release the location. I think he can do both.
How do you think that's? Oh, go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
By leaving something there. Or
right,
by allowing us to email him and say, hey, here's where I was at. Is that right? And he can say yes or no. I don't think he'd want to field all those emails over the years. It would seem more practical.
If you confirm it for one, you've confirmed it for all of his or her Facebook friends and all of their family, and then it spreads from there, and then everybody knows. In about 72 hours, everybody knows.
And that's the trick. So it's up to each person that finds a spot how they want to handle that, right? They could choose to release it to the world in no time flat, or they could very quietly say, okay, I have my closure and move on. And
that's like the ultimate, isn't it?
It is, but people get closure in different ways,
Yes,
and Matt, you have an excellent point that all it takes is one person to find it who feels compelled to mention it to others, and very quickly it's common knowledge. So that's totally valid. I get it.
So what if Jack releases the word that is key? Do you guys then believe that? I just got permission, I can say this. Does that mean then that...
I'm sorry, I have to go pass out. I'll be right back.
No, I just asked, and she said yeah. So
thank you. That was very sweet, by the way, for that person. Oops, I just lost my iPad.
So when Jack comes forward and tells us what the word that is key is, maybe that will help answer some of the discussion that we're having tonight. Or maybe it's going to be so vague, we're all going to say WPF. You know,
Just for the
now we
record.
know it, but so what? Where does that get us? But at least we know, I'm pretty sure, that this is something that Jack's going to tell us. So I think that'll be helpful.
I think you were on the right track. My money is on the word comes out and we all go, what? except,
Like
for,
it's going to be vague.
except for the few people who think they already know what it means, you know, even though they might have their own personal interpretations or, you know, takes on it. But I think a lot of us will be like, what? That
Yeah.
word? Okay.
Well, you could very well be right. I mean, if it's not my word that is key, it's probably a good thing because my word that is key obviously didn't work for me.
I'll say that the keyword is two.
T-O and
Okay,
T-O-O
everyone give their keyword.
and T-W-O.
All right, Cynthia, what's your keyword?
I'm kidding.
Go. Mine was go.
Go. All right, Justin, what's your keyword?
Well, you know, there's a lot of candidates. Give me a minute to think. You guys,
All right.
You guys go ahead.
Okay, all right, Matt, you're next. What's your keyword?
Wheelbarrow.
Ah,
I got that hidden stanza in the poem. I asked Jack to send that to me,
there you go.
and I have 4 extra lines. So
That's something that's going to be on your video, right?
right, and it's hard to rhyme
Yes.
with firehole, but Forrest did it.
Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, if you address this in the video, Matt, then let's just wait and see the video and not.
I'm kidding. No, I don't know. I had a keyword, but it was for a bad solve, so I give up my keyword. And maybe it is wheelbarrow. Maybe it's blaze. Maybe that's the keyword. Maybe it's not a key like we think that just unlocks everything. Maybe it's that you get the blaze first. I don't know. Who knows?
Well, he says almost every line has a word that's key. So
Well,
you can't
because
go wrong.
you need more. One starts the catalyst. That's the word cold, just so you know. And then every other keyword basically starts that same catalyst in using the poem with the book to mine certain words to lead you to the exact spot, creating an X on a map, which is the blaze. So,
What am I hearing? This is your video?
again, all you need to do is watch my 18-hour video that's firstly produced on what I thought might be the correct direction
Selling
of
a set
going.
of DVDs.
That's
Something
at hour
yeah,
13.
it's coming out soon on a set of DVDs, Blu-ray if you prefer, of Amy Seeks, The Solution! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! That's a shout out to Caper and Cow. Verified!
So anyway, I just want everybody to know so they don't think, so the conspiracy theories don't start. It was Jack told Mike Cow Lasers that he will release the word that is key. So
Oh, that's
I don't
wonderful.
know.
So
I
tune
don't
into
know.
K-Pro and Cow,
I'm
right?
sorry?
So tune into K-Pro Cow, get them to 4,000
damn.
subscribers.
Well, but I don't know. Yeah, Jack reached out to them that he's going to do it. I don't know in what manner Jack is doing it. Just that he is
Okay.
going to release it. And he told Mike, so Mike's the one that had the info.
Mike's busy solving the Great U.S. Treasure Hunt, but hopefully if he's listening, he can mention it in chat whether or not to watch on Monday. There you go. But I've heard rumors he's already solved it, so, you know.
You have to know the beats per minute for each song. Never mind. I don't want
Ooh, we are, that's the other thing. For anyone who is tuning in who is unfamiliar with the Great U.S. Treasure Hunt, they released their first clue, and we all hate it. No,
We all have to go watch Elf.
it has been delightful in perplexing us. I haven't had much chance to work on it. I really am planning on going over chapter 4. The hint is for chapter 4 in the Great U.S. Treasure Hunt. And what does it say exactly?
Do you have a partner, Amy?
I do not have an
What's
official
great-
partner.
What's great is that right now I'm looking at Justin and Cynthia, and they can't be working on it. But my partner, she's working really hard on it right now while I do this.
Is this the partner we saw yesterday?
Carrie, yeah.
She's kicking Butte.
She's probably got it solved.
Way to
I'm assuming
multitask.
so.
Yeah. We're all, but you guys can't be working on it.
I'm
Those-
totally working on it. Are you kidding me? I've got like, wait. Ooh, boom, right there. There it is. Oh, do you see it? Do you see
I
it?
got 2 monitors here.
I'm not paying attention to you guys at all. I'm just
You
working.
printed that out on your own, didn't you?
I did, unfortunately. This is one where I just took a bunch of screenshots and printed it out. Oh, look at that. It's trying to get me to do other stuff. All right, so going back to the chat, Okie Tarman, year 3009, 1,000 years, 3551, 37.02 north. I have no idea what that means, Okie Tarman, but that's really cool. Billy Shaw Jr., Blaze was my keyword. My keyword, by the way, is cold, and obviously it's right. Watch my first video. Okay.
Well, my keyword, I'm going to throw it out there for this. I've had a lot of keywords over the years, but I'll throw one out. I'll say it's end.
And
Wait.
And
End.
End.
okay.
E-N-T.
Okay.
Nailed it. Okay, all right. Truck and Treasure. Amy Seeks. How many of us want just the solve and don't care where it was?
what does that mean?
I think they kind of go together, right?
Yeah, those are kind of couple.
Okay, Billy Shaw Jr. Who on the panel would publicly reveal the spot if they had figured it out? I'm
Me.
like, we know Justin and Cynthia.
I'm giving it away. If I find it and yes. Hell, I already did one that was wrong. What's wrong with the second one that's wrong? Or right.
I would not reveal it.
Wait, what? But you revealed
No.
the GPS one.
I was a guest on that expedition.
Okay,
that was
got it.
That wasn't my decision to make. But
Right.
if it was just me, no, I don't think I would. Sorry.
By the way, Justin's email is
Jeez.
Well, okay, let me go back to my general statement. I guess it would depend on where it was. So Operation Nook, that was
That's
just
true.
another place in any forest. 100,000 people can walk through there and put beads or whatever. It's not going to ruin it. There's really nothing there to ruin. If it's at some really
That's true. It
some
wasn't.
really, like if it would be in a really delicate area around a hot spring or a
And some
thermal
petroglyphs.
and the boots on the ground are going to ruin it, yeah, then I agree. You don't give it away. I guess I shouldn't
Right.
say it so quickly. It would depend.
That's fair.
I totally understand that. It would. If it's
How
gonna,
about you guys, Matt? Amy?
I think I would want to tell the story. I think it's a good story. I think I'd want to write a book. But could I be persuaded? If Forrest tried to persuade me, I think I could be persuaded to keep quiet. Did that happen here? I don't know.
So if it was Forrest's decision to say, "Hey, please don't reveal the area," you would say, obviously, it's like you'd say, "I have to respect that."
Mm-hmm.
Do you think so? For me, a big thing is 10 years, 15 years, right? Like, I'm going to give it this much time, and then I'm going to let you guys know this information. Like, for me, that seems like something that is very doable. What do you guys think? Like, could the finder say, could Jack say, and hi, Jack, by the way, I know he's not watching because I didn't send him a link or anything, but who knows when he might watch this. To say, hey, in 10, 15 years, I'll go ahead and reveal the spot, right? At that point, only the hardcore people are going to be still listening, right?
Will be like 6 or 7 years, right? Pretty much after the tax audit period passes. Is that?
Well, see, I am so unfamiliar with the legalities of this. If it was in Yellowstone, how long would he have to wait to not risk penalties financially?
Yeah, it's a tax audit period. I don't know what that would be. Is my guess. I mean, I don't know.
And Willitude says, do we think the chest was found Friday or Saturday? Wasn't Yellowstone closed on Friday?
Why
I
was
don't
it closed on
remember.
Friday?
No. It was definitely Jack's already said he found it on Friday. That's not, that's out there. And I was inside Yellowstone searching. I was actually in the Firehole Canyon area the day after you could get in from Cody. I actually stayed towards the end of May. It was before Memorial Day, I believe, or right around that weekend. I know it was in May that I was actually inside the park. So, but the north entrance and West Yellowstone entrances were closed until till July, which is,
sounds right.
I don't know if that's a good, does that help figure out the time that it took Jack to drive that treasure chest to Fenn's house? I don't know. But yeah, he would have had to use the Cody entrance or the Jackson entrance because the other three were closed until the 4th of July.
Okay. It's funny, the parallels with the AGK and the hurricane closing down their trail. Justin's like, So, if anyone is unfamiliar, A Gypsy's Kiss did a treasure hunt just recently that was solved, and many people had the correct area and were waiting to go there. And Justin and Cynthia, they were this close to leaving to go find that one when it was found by the finder. And by the way, the finder still has the Forrest Fenn letter, and they haven't opened it yet, but they have said that when they do eventually open the Forrest Fenn letter, that they will let me know what it has in it. So stay tuned for that. Let's see. Dee Dee says, for a fact, contents of the chest were removed and replaced haphazardly before that pic of the finders. Look at and ask yourself if that is the opulent display intended by Forrest. So, obviously, I feel so bad. Oh, there's a lot of Amy Seeks. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up. I feel really bad because my first reaction to the image of the opened chest was, really? And I'm like, that is a terrible reaction because it's full of gold and all these wonderful things. And here I am asking myself, where's the gems? Where's the sparkle? Where's the boom, right? And I'm just like, that is such a wrong reaction that I'm having. I felt bad about it. But I found out that so many other people felt the same way just because, the Goonies feeling of a chest that you open up and there's gems and everything sparkling and all that kind of stuff. And we had gold, which, if anyone is familiar with dealing with gold is actually pretty dull. 100%, like 99 point whatever percent gold is actually a very dull product, right? It sparkles and all that kind of stuff, but it's not like a gem. It's not. I mean, what were you guys' reaction when you saw the first picture of the open chest shortly after it had been revealed, right? He's like, this is just after I moved it from its nook, because I'm a sticker. Those are nookers.
Mm-hmm.
What were you like? Were you guys super excited? What was your reaction?
No, I thought it was disappointing. I guess because it was dirty. It was dirty and there were baggies and it wasn't all nice and shiny anymore. But yeah. I mean, I wasn't so disappointed that I thought, boy, I'm glad I didn't find it after all. I mean, it wasn't like that extreme, but it was, I was surprised because it wasn't all new and clean and shiny anymore.
The thing about baggies, he mentioned in the raw footage video, there's also a thing there where he says, I don't know what the life expectancy of a Ziploc bag is or something like that. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if those were spoken about at other times, the kind of the functionality of some of the elements in there, the way he had, put things up. But
the scissors.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people were familiar with the photograph that had those enormous and not real sapphires and rubies thinking that those would be in there, and Forrest made it clear that those things were not in there, that he was just tinkering around with different iterations of this chest and taking
He did.
photographs and thinking about it. He had watches that he put in there and then removed. He had a couple of $500 bills that he put in there and removed.
Well, and your channel did that full analysis of the potential contents of the chest and what they might.
That was the picture that was really astounding. But yeah, I mean, it was in need of a shower. You know, it's still a supermodel, but it just woke up and it needs to take a shower and get some makeup, and she's a beauty. So I don't know. I thought it was great, but it was dirty. It'd been in the ground or near the ground for a decade. So, you know, what do you expect?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not quite clear on, what people were expecting. I mean, like the real shiny, quintessential chest. I mean, it's been in the dirt a decade. It's like it's not an airtight container. It's gonna get dirty and grody, and I think it looked about how I expected. I guess I anticipated a bit more patina, but overall it looked about how I expected it. And that was kind of the interesting part to me, is like, you look at the stages of bronze and how it patinas over time. You enter, I color coded them at some point, and I was watching the years, because over the years we were going to enter from brown to green phase, right? It was going to start entering that green.
So did you
phase.
take like samples of bronze and age them outside to see how they would age, or what are you talking about?
I mean, I tried to accelerate the patina process myself just because of the dog training thing, but that's mostly I had just been looking online to see like how bronze patinas over time, and there's basically an age indicator. If it's been exposed to elements this number of years, then it'll be generally this color. And I had told my buddy, I think it was last year, I said, we're just starting to enter the early stages of the green phase. So
which buddy?
Tyler. Yeah.
I'm telling you, Tyler needs a reality show.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Yeah, so we were at the very early stages of the green phase. It reminds me of was it Twister, where he says we're going green, when he's looking at the sky.
Yeah, the stages of a material out in a wilderness that's similar to something in the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah.
Moisture, cold, heat, all of those kinds of things. Mm-hmm. So you were surprised when you saw the chest that it hadn't reached a certain stage.
I expected it to be just a tad bit more green than
Greener.
It was. Yeah, right. Just a tad. But,
Me too.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any potential that it was buried versus out in a nook somewhere that's entombed? Like we have, sepultured, however you want to say that. And then we have pictures after it was just recently removed from its nook, and it really didn't have that same kind of aged look to it that I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm certainly no expert in this space, but if I were to have to venture a guess, I would say that it had some level of protection that, maybe slowed the patina process slightly. I don't know. It's tough to say. Yeah.
Now, what would that be, though? Would that be buried, or would it be sepultured? Would it be nooked? Would it be nooked or sticked? Sorry. Or slow poked? No, bad jokes. Bad jokes.
I think Matt missed that joke
You want
too,
more
so
of
thank
them?
goodness.
Matt doesn't know.
It's
Well,
Matt missed the joke. You should tell. You need to retell the joke for everyone.
No, I can't tell that twice. That's just.
Can I tell it? Because it was good.
Sure, yeah, go for it. Yeah.
I can't remember it.
Don't worry, it's in text. You can just pull it up.
Oh, that's
right. It
right.
was just something silly that I was a joke that I made up. It was a silly pun, and
he was 4 sidecars in, people. Don't worry about it.
It was a 4 sidecar joke. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm sure probably the joke already exists, but I felt clever for making it up, and it's just silly. I mean,
I thought it was good. Okay, I'm pulling it up right now. Hold on. Oh, here we go. I made a pun today. What do you call a sloth having sex. A slow poke.
Oh boy, so wrong. So wrong.
It shouldn't be that funny.
We're seeing another side of Justin tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what you get when you get 4 sidecars in me. So yeah.
I have the most. I am so hopeful that Justin somehow ends up with the treasure chest and hides it again for us all to find it again.
I will say that if I were to have found that thing, my plan was to write up the solution and put it in the chest and then rehide it along with some other items that I have been collecting. So, you know, that'd be impetus for some folks to get out and search for it. Yeah.
You
But,
think? Just a
you know,
little.
So yeah, didn't quite work out.
Hey, it still might work out. It still might work out.
It could.
You still might end up with it. And if you do, I promise not to stalk you or go all 7%er on you. I promise, not going to happen. Oh, wait, I lied.
Yeah.
All right, Trek and Treasure says, what if every that got the book, I'm guessing everyone that got the book, was able to solve the poem, the spot could have been literally trampled. How would Forrest feel about his special spot knowing everyone could go there?
Early on, though, when I interviewed Forrest back in 2015, he actually says he would, if the finder doesn't mind revealing the spot, he was good with it back in 2015.
So how does that apply today as far as the family saying that they didn't want it revealed?
Well, there were a lot of crazy people that happened between 2015 and now. So in the last 5 years, it changed so much. The chase community and the crazy people that have come forward. You had the people that died starting in 2016. So, you know, a lot happened after he said that in 2015. I don't know if any one particular thing changed his mind, or he just really was being supportive of Jack. Don't know.
So we have 15 years worked on something that was so clever it was going to take 100 to 1,000 years to solve. We have Jack, right, with the family saying we don't want to reveal it because then the spot becomes like the recent monolith that was found. I almost actually I've got a little like narrow box where you could put foil on it and make it look like that little monolith that was found everywhere. I was going to put that in the background. But I mean, we do know that spaces like that do get overwhelmed and do become then public knowledge. But Forrest seemed to be okay with that before. And yet we're getting information that says that he preferred it not to be known now. There's so much conflicting stuff, which is not new to the TTOTC chase. But, you know, how do you reconcile that? Never knowing the spot. We don't know if we figure things out, if we'll ever know 100% if we figured it out, except for the stick. I'm telling you, we're gonna send you all a picture of all of us bent over, butts in the air, with sticks in our hands, verifying it with the image on our iPads. Nope. No.
That was me earlier this year at that.
Oh, that's right. Tell us about
place.
That. Tell us what you're doing, because Jenny was cracking me up, the look she was giving you when you were telling us about that.
Oh no, I mean I was spent hours out there, like 4 hours straight, just digging through the dirt looking for this silly stick, trying to get a match, and of course
the
didn't
GPS
find
solve
it,
location, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you never found, I mean, obviously it's going to be hard. Right. But at this point, that's the only thing we have that's left there, apart from potentially maybe that ring.
I can say with reasonable confidence that stick was not within a 20-foot radius of the core geographic coordinate solution location.
Damn. That is some severe search. Oh my God. It's
not there. So, if he tossed it aside there and that is the location, then he tossed it pretty hard.
Oh shit. So what's your opinion about that then? I mean,
Well, it just goes back to the numbers, it's from the numbers aspect, it's hard to refute, but there are a lot of things outside the numbers that make it easy to refute.
so do we think that, I know I've said this before, but I mean, I didn't think we were ever going to know the finder, and we know the finder now. And we don't only know the finder, but he's answering everyone's emails. Now, I don't know if it's everyone, but so many, right? He's really making a huge effort to do what Forrest did. And he's answering in a very similar fashion. I can't imagine that is coincidental. I'm guessing he has taken a cue from Forrest as far as how to answer 100 people emailing you, right? There's got to be like a funnel that goes towards the psychology of how you have to respond to people when everyone's asking you a question, and it probably ends up being very similar to the Fen. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think as far as the similarities between the way he's answering and the way Forrest answered? Like, that's just what ultimately happens when you have to answer questions for people asking these things?
We should crowdsource this. So I think what Forrest may have done in certain cases is put out publicly the answers to questions that he got frequently. So he doesn't have to just keep answering the same thing over again.
Right.
If all of us sent unique questions to Jack, that would be, I think that'd be a better strategy for us as a community, because then there wouldn't be the same question over and over. So he couldn't be like, well, just publish these up on the site. Like, everything's unique. And so we get a lot more answers. I don't know, just my 2 cents.
What do you think, Matt? You were about to speak.
I've kind of forgotten the question, but I'm gonna answer it anyway.
Excellent. That's the best show ever.
No, I think. I mean, he could have been an asshole. He could have been a jerk, and he's not. Turns out he's being generous. He's answering these questions. He's trying to see the silver lining. I mean, he ends that one, was it the second Medium article where he kind of ends on a positive note. I mean, these are the worst circumstances you can imagine. He's rightfully upset about all this, that someone has forced his hand. It's very clear how the family feels, very clear how he feels. We can assume we know how Forrest felt. No, this is wrong, what's happening. And yet he puts a positive spin. In Jack Gets Mail, he comes out and says, this was a joy. This is so surprising to meet all you nice people, And so I think it's great. I mean, you talked about like the similarities. I think it's inevitable because he has secrets he needs to keep. And he has to think about, what if I say this to this person? This person's going to parse every word. And so, yeah, it feels a lot like when I'm sitting there trying to put together an email, it feels like when I used to write Forrest and I wanted information. Do I just say I want information, or do I say, hey, how are you?
How you
hope
been?
that you write me back. The soft
How's the
sell.
family?
What do I do?
Yeah.
And so and he's smart enough to know all that. I mean, it's very obvious that we want information.
We're desperate for information.
Yeah. I just wonder, this can't last. He even did it for a few days.
The honeymoon.
Then in Jack Gets Mail, he said, I'm going to step back. And it has slowed down. He doesn't want to, I don't know if he's in residency. If he is, it's amazing that he answered as many emails as he did.
That would be mind-blowing, right?
Right. So he's working like 24 hours, then he has 24 hours off or whatever.
Why
God-awful
answer? Why answer at all? Why, obviously coming forward, but so generously saying, "Here's my email," right? Why?
I think even people who aren't active in the Chase community can still feel very much a part of the Chase community, and I think he felt that he read the material, he knew people, he watched shows, he cared about this, he liked Forrest, and I think I hope it was enjoyable for him. He said it was a pleasant surprise. He was all like, "Hey, I'm 1,500 miles away from the treasure chest. I've got guards. I've taken precautions. Get away from me. I don't want friends." And then all these friendly people started saying, "Hey, congratulations." And he's like, "I'm sorry, guys.
Ah, crap.
Sorry, I sprayed you with my hose and told you to get off my lawn." That's what he said. That I'm feeling kind of bad that I was so cranky. So,
Were you cranky?
He was kind of cranky.
He was. Oh, I see what you mean.
He's being sued.
Yeah, he was basically like,
lawsuit.
"Don't
So he's
F
kinda
with
cranky.
me."
Yeah.
Yes, because it's no, we all know that what Forrest and his family went through. That's it's no secret.
Yeah.
The Axeman, or the Axeman. Right? That was not the Axeman in the book. The one who broke in and stole a chest full of dirty
that
laundry.
Axeman. Yes.
That Axeman, right? So, part of me was very, very comforted by the fact that he was aware enough to protect his family from getting to a place where, and it's funny when he said, guards and all that kind of stuff. I was unaware of those types of communities until I lived in Houston. And in Houston, so many communities are actually like that, right? It's like there's no, what do they call it, codes for what you can and can't do in certain subdivisions. They don't have that in Houston. So individual subdivisions create their own codes and stuff like that. And so having gated communities is actually really common in Houston, right? So when I heard that he had done that, for me, I was like, yeah, it's a common thing that people do in certain communities. But for a lot of people unaware of that, they were just like, he did what? He did where? Well, guarded gates, all this kind of stuff. And I don't know if it was in Michigan where he set all that up, but in Houston, at least, it's not an uncommon thing. And having a little gate where you come in and out.
Well,
I don't know if
saw in an online space that is not set up to trash everything and is kind of, all about hate. Not one of those places, but
hate and conspiracy.
Really friendly. I saw his address posted. I saw his occupation. I saw where he lived. I saw all the, and moderators need to delete this stuff. And he knows that people will knock on his door. Yeah. He knows that he's going to be walking down the street and somebody's just going to walk up to him. He knows that. It's terrible, but he knows the world he lives in, and we're able to find each other, and people found, awful jokes he made when he was 21 years old and he got fired for doing it, and they're judging him for that, and people can think whatever they want. Yeah. But I think he learned a lot. I don't know if that's what's
he was young.
He was very young
when that happened.
He was very young, and I have a couple of 21-year-olds and they're kind of dumb.
We're all
Their
so dumb at that age.
They have a few years of mistakes to make before they, Amy, you drinking to that?
I have to. We are. There's so many of us who are over 40 are so grateful that social media hadn't taken hold yet.
Right? Yeah. I don't want to be held accountable for what I did when I was 21. Yeah. Whatever. I sort of see it in context, but
what did you do when you were 21?
My wider point was that this whole idea going after him. Hey, I found out where he works. Hey, I found out where he lived. Hey, I know who his mom is. Hey, I got his dad's phone number. Hey, I called them. Hey, I did this. Like,
Creepy.
yeah, and moderators need to just delete all that stuff and be very conservative about it. Lean on the side of, I mean,
Lean on the side of, if this were your sibling, if this were your mother, if this were your kid, would you delete that information?
yeah, he
right?
deserves respect and privacy and
Yeah.
left alone if he wants to be left alone. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we have. Forrest talked about the 7%ers. When I was with him, he said, I think we need to raise that number. And he said the 12%ers. So I don't know where he got 7. I don't know where he got 12, but the final word was 12%ers. So.
Dang. All right. So what's the latest word as far as when you were with Forrest, and like on our last show, you were talking about you were with Forrest, but you didn't know for sure if he had known about the find yet or not. And so far it seems like he knew.
He absolutely did know.
What? Okay.
Yeah. So I was searching very close and oh so very far from where the test was. And I had never met Forrest. I had never met Cynthia Meacham, and
but Forrest was a big fan of yours because of your videos.
We had some back and forth, and it was a lot of fun in the spring making those videos. And he finally just said, we were all very afraid of COVID, but I think we were learning that there were safe ways that we could meet. And he invited me, and so I showed up to his home about 10 a.m. in the morning on June 6th, Saturday. And, spent a couple hours with him and his dog, and we just chatted.
Really?
He's got nothing but time. Yeah.
And that was the line, that there was a lull in the conversation. I said, Forrest, I don't want to take up any more of your time. And he turned to me and said, Matt, I've got nothing but time.
Oh, jeez.
So, when hours later, when Cynthia and I are together, I'm telling her this. I'm like, how could that man say that? But Jack wrote me and said that he absolutely did know. He had found out the night before on Friday. He had gotten that picture, I think. Yeah, he got the picture. And then he was kind of waiting for Jack to like have it in his car, gassed up, ready to go, kind of, all that. And yeah, we were just chatting about, whatever, current events and
Treasure.
I'll say this, Forrest was not interested in hearing about my search.
How strange.
I haven't figured out why.
No.
But I had a whole 30-minute presentation. I was going to tell him all about my. No, I didn't really want to talk about it very much. But I mean, I had just come from searching, so I thought we would talk for at least 5 or 10 minutes about it. But no, he wanted to talk about,
That's mind-blowing. So he knew it was found. He's hanging out with you.
He was as calm as could be. I thought he might just like take a nap.
Jesus.
Like an old.
And he knew the treasure was found and was on its way.
Yeah. Yep.
That is. That
just
was
a moment.
Incredible timing, Matt. I mean, yeah.
All skill.
I can't imagine having more uncanny timing than you had.
Well, that uncanniness is what kept Cynthia and I up until like 2 a.m. Like our minds spinning. We're like, what did we do? Make a beer run? We just like ran. Let's go on the live streams. Let's figure this out.
Your first meeting with Forrest. Your very first meeting with Forrest. Yeah. And it's the day, and your first meeting with Cynthia.
Right. I came out of there, and Cynthia was like, "Come on down." So I went down there, and we hung out. And
so, Matt, I'm curious, like, just in retrospect now, do you what are your feelings on, when the stage of the hunt where you got involved and the degree to which you got involved? Would you have changed anything if you had to do it over with? Would you just not even bother? Like, what's your outlook on that?
Like, if I had known that it was going to be found on the 6th.
Sure.
Tough question.
Then
Dun,
I
dun,
probably would
dun.
have pushed it even harder, and I did some really stupid things hiking alone.
Dangerous?
Well, I was at a point in the landscape where I needed to like descend this hill. It wasn't really a cliff, but it's the kind of thing that would take you 15 minutes to go down and 2.5 hours to go back up. And I knew that. And so I knew that this was a one-way street. And I was going into an area I'd never been in before. And when I got down there, it was just crazy with deadfall. And so,
Dead
I don't know
trees?
how fast a person is going when they're hiking normally on a nice trail, but with down trees everywhere, and occasionally going over 6 of them and realizing that you really need to go back and go around, and then like once
Yeah.
I got down there and I turned around and I looked at what I had done and I thought about this, and at this point it's about like 1:45, and I was like, and there's no self-service, like I'm not getting back out into civilization until 7 or 8 o'clock. And I'm walking out, and I've been up since 6, and just I was never afraid for my life. I mean, there's always grizzlies and that kind of thing, but it's just like I shouldn't have made that. I got that hunger for, here I am, I've come so far, whatever. So, and I did. I mean, I had to walk out.
Was this obviously with grizzlies? This was
It was
Montana.
It was actually mentioned
Wyoming.
in the Justin article, if I can call it that.
Oh, jeez.
What did you call it?
That I came out, it was very, it was like a bog. In sort of these areas, you guys have encountered this, where on a river bank, it'll sometimes go for 20, 30 yards, where it's just like,
Mush.
3 inches of water, but just everywhere. And I was trying to avoid that. I didn't want wet socks, but eventually I'm just like, fuck it. I got to go through here. I have wet feet. I come out into a cult. It was a cult land. They had, I think they were going to have a greenhouse.
Bunch of people in robes chanting.
They never put up the greenhouse, so they just had the skeleton of this greenhouse. And then I saw this thing that you can see on Google Earth. It just looks like these little circles, like God has drawn little circles, but those are air vents, and they let in light. And they're
Like pot?
No, like there's a way to go underground, and then you shut the door, and now everybody's underground. But up on this rise are these circles. They're huge. The smaller ones are like 5 feet in diameter, and the larger ones are 15 feet. I'm coming out in this. I'm already writing, like, what am I going to say when the cult leader comes out with the guns? And I'm just walking, and I didn't get back. I mean, my wife was furious with me.
As she should be.
I didn't have cell service until I didn't call her until 7. So
You need to hang out with Tyler.
one. All right, hit me up, Tyler.
I will convey that message.
That's crazy. This was a real place? I mean, a real crazy place?
If you are in the Gardner Valley and you go past Devil's Slide,
Which everyone thought was home of Brown.
there's a way to turn back into that canyon, and right there, it's very obvious. You can see some structures, some buildings, and they're obviously kind of there's you can see some not crosses, or maybe they are crosses, but you can see that it's like, oh, this is some kind of a church. And then you see like the most expensive cars parked out front, lots of limousines and all this stuff. And
What's the name of that place?
I've forgotten, but you can look
Yeah.
it up. It's right there. They own Devil's Slide, and they don't like the
Yeah.
name. They want to call it Angel Slide or something.
That's
So-
right. Yep.
Shit. Oh
But
my
they
god.
also own, if you take that road back
Interesting
there,
group.
we were talking about land earlier, and this was a question.
Yes.
When the land is private property because it's been acquired, but you can still drive on the road.
Right, legally.
Yeah. But those people who own that land, they'll often post signs that are deliberately misleading, saying private property, and you're not sure if that means the road. And you'll get to a gate and it'll be like private property, and then you're like, am I still on this whatever they call it, not time share, but some kind of shared thing.
Like a right of way. Isn't it sort of like a right of way?
Yeah, I don't know, but there were a lot of things like that where I wanted to drive a mile up this road and park my car, but I was so scared of, I mean, this is Montana.
I actually went to those guys when I was searching up there and just talked to them and said, "Hey, is it okay if I hike in the area?" And they were cool with it. So,
Wait,
would've
the
been
Devil's
alright.
Slide area? That
Mhm.
that group? What's
Yeah.
the group? What is the name
That's
of
what I'm
the
trying to
group?
recall. It's a church that's there,
Oh Jesus.
and I don't recall the name of the organization. I'm terrible.
Oh Jesus.
I think it's Church Universal and Triumphant's Royal Teton Ranch or something to that effect.
Nailed
So
it.
they're cool. They're cool. Like as far as you hiking around.
Yeah,
But
yeah. As long as you go and talk to them first.
how did you know to talk to him?
I looked up who owned the land.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Wow. And so, I mean, I know Devil's Slide was a popular area. I mean, a lot of people were looking there. So they must have been familiar with the forest fence searchers, right?
I'm sure they were. Yeah.
I just can't imagine.
That was always my tactic, though, is, I never affiliated myself with the search per se. I'd say, I'd like to hike in the area. and-
Hi, I'm a crazy forest fence searcher. I believe there's gold
yeah.
here.
Except not. Yeah, yeah. I think the phrasing of permission is, you have to be kind of careful about that.
And then we have
moot point
Parade
now.
Rest Ranch, where we know Forrest stayed, and we've got those pictures of the runway where we know Forrest and Peggy were there during a certain period of time. I think it was 2009, which was my guess. I mean, so I was a postmark person, and when you look at the postmarks and you correct them accordingly, the chapter where the chest, the poem is, and all that kind of stuff was 2009, June 5th. And so for me, the chest being found June 5th, June 6th, I was like, whoa, right? I didn't question it. But now we have information from the finder saying, coincidence, no big deal. And I'm just like, damn it. I mean, I'm just like, yeah, really? Okay. Right. Shoot. Darn it. 1 out of 365%, right? That's your chance of it being found on that date.
Summit Lighthouse. I don't know if that's the official name of the group, but the Summit Lighthouse.
Do you want to share the
Yeah.
screen, or should I look it up?
That's not the sign on the no trespassing signs, though. They're at the Devil's Slide. That whole area is all fenced with the no trespassing or private land signs, and it's something ranch, and it had to do
Yeah,
with
it's a Grand
the
Teton
Royal
Ranch, I
or-
think, or something.
It-
Royal Teton or Ranch.
yeah, and
I'm going to have to start a new group. Tub Thumpers with Forrest Fenn.
Yeah. But you're right, Matt. They don't like to call it Devil's Slide. They did have another name for it. Angels something or other. Like Ascending to the
What
Angels.
impressed
Or,
me, there were many
Angels
things I
Ascension.
loved about the valley there, but seeing it in the morning light, if you got up and you saw Devil's Slide in the morning, it was just so beautiful. And that valley is just an amazing place.
Like the color when the morning sun hits it, kind of
The
thing.
color and just the rise of those mountains. It's kind of a dramatic rise, and that valley has an amazing history of, going back many.
So are we all in agreement then? So obviously so much of us, we're so, whether the chest is there or not, we don't care anymore. We are so fascinated with the spot, right? Solving it, what the correct solution was, all that kind of stuff. If we don't have the 100% verification thing, right? So we're working on this. We think we have the spot. All we have to go on right now is the stick, and potentially, a small percentage, the ring, right? That's missing, that Forrest couldn't find. And Matt, do tell. What do you think?
I don't know about that. You can be a sticker or a stickler. Be a stickler, but don't be a
ringer.
Don't be a Lazarian, a San Lazarian or whatever. Oh, there. Now we know where it is.
I found it. See, emerald. There you go.
It means Jack has to somehow lose the ring. I just don't see that.
Well, what do you think happened to the ring? Do you think Forrest just never put it?
Well,
in
what
there
happened to the frog on the necklace?
Well, that was in the vault, right? But it was in the vault. Which again kills me, because how many times was I in that vault?
Was it just sitting on a shelf? Does anybody have a picture of the vault where you could actually look at it and say, oh, there's that damn frog?
That's what Cynthia said. We need to go look at pictures.
I know Calazar's did, right? But whenever I would visit, I felt weird saying, hey, can we take a picture? So I never took pictures because it felt paparazzi-y, right? So
Surely
whenever I was in
someone
the vault, I was like, it feels icky to say, hey, can I take a selfie of me in the vault? Or, can I take a picture and all that kind of stuff? But if it was in the vault the whole time, that vault is not that big. It's a closet.
Yeah.
It can
I have
only be in...
pictures of everything in that vault. If you send my PayPal account.
Have you looked at them?
Actually, I have not.
All right, I'm putting the link in chat right now. Cynthia's PayPal account.
He had lots of little cubbies and cabinets and drawers, and he could have been anywhere, right?
Well, in the vault, there was only it was just a closet, a plywood closet, and it had...
Yeah, but he had underneath, there were skins, folded up, and blankets here. And there was just stuff everywhere. And
Amy, when's the last time?
Chambers. It had a little room that was closet size that had mostly guns. And then it had the main vault meaning 8 square feet as opposed to 3 square feet. It's a very small space, right? But there's lots of, I just felt like there were lots of nooks, you're just looking around.
It was nook heavy. The whole house was nook heavy. Right? You around every little corner there was something new, and there was something this, and there was something that. You had the archaeology thing going on, where you go in there and he's got everything categorized as far as the bones of things and all that kind of stuff. And then you've got the closet, which is the vault. And it's nook heavy as well as far as stuff that's in there. And then he's always giving you stuff, right? He's like, and he's like, have you ever had, for me, Madison Arm was my potential starting point, and he was hilarious. Where he's like, if you have a broken arm, this is what you do. Here's your arm. He gave me an arm for the what was it? The Catholic thing, where if you had an ailment in your arm, you put a little arm in the thing, and it was silver, and and so I have these little trinkets that he's handing me, right? Because he's always handing you stuff. He's like, here, take this. And I remember one time, I think it was the visit with Dale, where I left, and he's like, which books don't you have? right? And he's just loading me up with all these books. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm like, no, I've got that one. He's like, are you sure? You should probably take another. And I'm just like, no, it's okay. It's really good, right? And he was very keen on doing that with his stuff. And not once did I think, is there a frog in there? I mean, none of us saw a frog in there, right? If it was in there, where would it be?
I was never in the vault, so I cannot say.
I have to look at my pictures. I'll try to do it tomorrow.
Cynthia, when's the last time you took pictures of the vault and all that kind of stuff?
Not in the last 2 years. I'm not sure. My photos would be dated though, so if I pull them up, I can tell you.
Well, we know it was. I mean, he says it was in the. If I have it correct, it was in the vault. The frog was in the vault.
So Fenn hid the chest in 2010. So I mean, obviously, the frog had to be there somewhere. So yeah, I'm gonna look through all my pictures because I don't remember seeing it.
Okay, all right.
All of us looking for. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I was always so much more impressed with Sitting Bull's peace pipe. And some of the other things in there. I don't know. I guess I never knew to look for the frog, so I never did.
Could you
It might have
imagine?
been hanging there. You know, he had a lot of stuff hanging on like a nail head or something too. So
It was such like a garage tool storage kind of setup where it was just pegboard. And just, you know, and he would hand you things. Like one of the things he handed me was the pirate coin, right? And I'm just like, this is a Maravidi. I'm like, thanks, right? But you have to imagine at 90 or close to that, you have this collection and you have these friends you've made. You start wanting people to have little pieces of all that. Now, granted, I would have loved it if he had handed me the falcon from a tomb, but, right? By the way, here's a falcon, But I mean, I think there were tons of people who got to meet with him, and that was something he really enjoyed doing. If he enjoyed the meeting with you, he would hand you little trinkets from his vault or from various things like that, because at that point, what do you do with all those things? I mean, you guys can see how much crap I've got going on behind me. What happens with all that when I reach 90, right?
Yep, that's fair. I'd love to see if someone could track that down in a photo. That would be hilarious to me.
All right, Cynthia, go ahead. Yeah, let us know if you are able to see anything.
I will check it out tomorrow.
And I'll go back to the chat real quick. I know I saw some highlights here. Let me scroll back up. My goodness, the chat is buzzing, baby. Jack Stuef, YT, Vid, NM, Interview 36 Forest, the person who finds the treasure chest and puts it on their lap and raises the lid for the first time. What will they see? That was one of the questions I had in the 30 questions that I had to narrow down to 5, and it didn't make the cut. Because we know there's the 2 top treasures, but we also know that K-Pro is accumulating a lot of emails from other people. The problem, I guess I'm like, I love that, and at the same time, I know there's some people who are gonna. There's some of you who are gonna falsify emails.
Yeah, you're gonna have to take that with a grain of salt, but it's nice to have them all collected in one place. Yeah,
I know, because they're scattered to the wind at this point. Dee Dee, watch that New Mexico interview video on Jack Stuef's YouTube channel. Contrast that Forrest describes with the Finder. I don't know. Sorry, DD, I don't know what that means. Scrolling up. Wow, the chat's buzz. Very important, says Amy Seeks. Are the fences at the place 6 feet or 12 feet? And is there razor wire on bottom at all? That tells a ton about what's going on, LOL. Very important. I have no idea what you just said. Okay, all right. Scrolling. Amy Seeks. Alan K. Hey, Alan. Scrapbook 14, the golden frog is pinned to the wall behind Donna Karen.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Okay, I'll pull that up in just a second.
Donna Karen, where's that?
Nelica! Is that Nelica? Amy Seeks, the little arm was called Milagros. Nelica, thank you! If that's Nelica. Hi, Nelica! She helped me win some money in Vegas. It was awesome. Yeah, it was really sweet meeting her. Okay, all right. Should we pull that up real quick? The
Yes.
Okay,
But
all right.
this is pre-hide, right?
I believe so, because some people saw the chest in that picture, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it's in this one. Oh,
Yeah, I just went through every photo I could find, and I just don't see it anywhere like post hide. After it was hidden.
But pre-hide is kind of interesting too. You know what I mean? Let's see if I can pull this up.
That's the big frog, if I'm seeing this correctly.
Are you looking at it right now? Do you want to do screen share?
No.
Okay.
I knew you were gonna say that.
So I've got the picture pulled up. Where am I looking on the wall for the frog?
See,
Oh! To
yeah.
the right of Donna.
Yeah.
It's so tiny, but it's not on a necklace.
But that's the big frog.
Can you share it, Amy?
Yeah. Hold on one second. No, I'm gonna do what I did before. I'm like, that's amazing. Wow, I wish you guys could see this. So
Art with Amy. Amy describes.
So, yeah, let me just describe to you what I'm seeing. It's just absolutely amazing. All right, so I'm guessing it's right here. Is that correct?
Yeah, but that's the big one.
It's not on a necklace. There you go. There's the big frog. And we know that was in the chest, but it was the small one that was on the necklace that was apparently still in the vault. That's so crazy. What the heck is this thing?
Yeah, if you go to there's a post called Golden Frogs, and it has a photograph of both. And I think we're seeing the big frog in that photograph, and then the other one is on the necklace, and it's got turquoise, I think, and gold, and it's about a fifth or a sixth the size. I think that's the one that was left behind.
All right, let's see what we got for images.
Not there
There we go.
anymore.
Right there.
That one right there. So this is the one on the wall. And this is the one that was missing. So that was one of my questions too that didn't make the 5-question cut, which was when you realized certain things were missing from the chest, how did that conversation go with Forrest? Like, how do you present that? Do you say, by the
Where's
way,
my ring?
just wondering, I didn't see this in the chest. Do you have it? And then Forrest says, oh, let me check my vault. There it is.
It must have been at a different location after he hit it, because I can't imagine him going 10 years without him, without him noticing it. They're hanging on a peg.
But what about the scissors? He took all the contents out of the chest, brought them in separately, put them back in the chest, and somehow didn't notice the scissors on top.
The ring is probably still in the trunk of his car.
Oh my gosh.
That was another question that didn't make the 5-question cut, which was on the drive to Santa Fe, where did you put the chest? Was it in the trunk? Was it like sitting beside you?
Someone should check the trunk of his car.
Somebody ask him that so he doesn't think I'm hounding him, because I told him, I was like, after these questions, just giving you a break. Obviously, honeymoon period's over. Surprised that he's still answering these questions at all. But I guess since he's not doing one of these network interview things, no live interviews, which I am surprised that he's not doing the live interviews. I mean, even if you're not going to make the money, I don't know. What do you guys think? What's the motivation to not do them at all? I guess zero ego, right? Like there's no ego involved. It's like, I just want to move on. I'm not going to make extra money. I don't want the attention.
His attorney told him not to. It could be legal, don't you think?
But then he would do it later. And in the email to me,
true.
It was more like he just wasn't interested and he just wanted to get back to normal life.
Mm-hmm.
That suggests like zero ego.
Yeah.
You bring in more interest and more people, and 7% of that interest
is the negative, is the loud, scary negative stuff.
7 to 12%.
7 to 12.
12. Oh shit. So, but then why answer all the emails too? Is it just out of feeling obligated for all the people who spent 5 years or more of their lives?
I asked him about that. His response was that it doesn't feel like work. He's enjoying his communication with the community.
And a majority of it has been positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. I hope so.
That is the difficult part, is discerning the difference. So when the negative is so loud, it so feels like it's the majority. Even when it's not. The negative that just gets so loud, you're like, oh my God, you know, the suings and all this other kind of stuff. So if he's not, so if the, sorry, so many questions. If he doesn't want to divulge the location, basically at this point, it's up to him, right? After all the legalities are passed and he gets ready to figure out how the chest is going to be sold off so that he can recoup some of the costs, do you think there's any chance that more information will come out about the solve? Like, I mean, he seems so eager right now to help out to a point, right?
Tough to say. I don't know how to answer that with any sort of intelligence. I don't know what to say.
It's a psychological guess,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Well, it's been announced that he's doing the 6 questions on Jenny Kyle's site, right?
Yes.
So we know, and I don't know if she sent questions or if he's just picking 6 from the ones he's been receiving, but at least we know that's coming. And maybe that's where he's going to reveal the word that is key. I don't know. But at least we're going to get 6 more answers whenever that happens. I don't know what the time frame is.
So the word that is key, when do we know that?
I don't know. Maybe that's going to be part of Jenny's. I don't know.
Okay. All right. That was going to be one of the questions, again, that didn't make the cut, was the word, you know, how long after you discovered the word that was key and the others that were also important did you find your area? But instead I asked, you know, how long after having TTOTC did you find your area? I'm still a little shocked. I'm going to share that again because I'm still blown away by that. Let's see here. Actually, let me stop share. Let me go take a look. Because how could it be that fast that he knew the area? That just blows my mind.
Because we didn't have all our confirmation bias.
But, you know, Forrest was so confident it would take 100 to 1,000 years, and he hoped somebody who did the work was the one who found it.
He was relying on human nature of apophenia to direct people away from it. Like, it's sort of like these null ciphers in the Great U.S. Treasure Hunt. Like, if you have enough noise, it's hard to detect what's important. And so if you just keep throwing noise at it, it's just going to confuse people more and more. And each person is going to pick up on a different context or a different rabbit hole. And it just prevents you from seeing the obvious. And I think that's what he was counting on.
But that's a big gamble. You spend 15 years crafting something? 15 years crafting? I mean, he says it took that long.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't have taken that long. To do something like that would have taken 5 years at most.
I think doing it in a way that allows the rabbit hole potential. You know, it's basically, I think, writing it in a way that's generic enough where, or just like has enough zingy phrases like home of Brown. You know, I mean, people think different things, and it just turns into this labyrinth very quickly for many people. Like, I don't know, just my 2 cents.
But would that lead to a confidence of knowing it was going to take 100 to 1,000 years to solve?
Apparently so.
I know, right? It's based on the evidence. Yes. Right?
Yeah.
That's what blows. It just, in a matter of weeks, less than 2 months, I had the germ of the idea and went out there. That sounds like every searcher I've ever talked to.
Yep. It sure does. Except this guy has the chest.
The inarguable conclusion here is that he has the chest.
And the funny thing is, like, he's probably looking at this and thinking, good grief, like, all these people have been looking at this thing for a decade and couldn't find this. Like, this is the first spot I really thought it was. And I went out there, and it took me a while to find the exact location, but it's not that hard, you guys. Come on, you know.
Well, see, that's
his perspective.
That's the other thing. So Forrest says you go to an exact spot, but he didn't. So what do we do with that discrepancy?
I think it's because the blaze was damaged.
Oh my God. Vegetable. What is the blaze? Ah! Jack, what is the blaze? Is it a rock? Is it vegetable, mineral? What are the vegetable, mineral, or I forget what the third one is.
I think it's something readily identifiable for any one of us in the chat tonight to be able to say, oh, I know where that's at.
Is Jack the only person who figured out what home of Brown is?
Well, that's confusing because we do know that Forrest said people figured out the first 2 clues, didn't know the significance of it, that kind of stuff, right? So were they just doing a basic geographical match with the poem?
Well, there was a quote by a searcher that actually published their email from Forrest that no one ever said what the home of Brown was. No one ever got it until the finder. It was on Reddit. I think K-Pro addressed this on her Thor thread. I mean, and the guy posted the email from Fenn.
That would be an interesting question to Jack. Is it true that you're the only one who got the home of Brown? He might say, well, actually, I occasionally heard people talk about it or whatever, but maybe they never put it together. Or he might say, yeah, you're right. I'd never heard anyone talk about it, and I know what it is.
Yeah, I'd have to be careful how we phrase that question. You know, I mean, if we said, has anybody else gotten it correct? Well, I mean, he could say, well, I don't know. But have you heard anyone ever mentioning it before? If he said no to that, like, I think that'd be pretty telling. I agree.
That would rule out everything we've ever heard.
Yeah.
Probably.
We're going to ask that. I can't ask anymore. I've already asked 5 questions.
You used up your 3 wishes. On the third one,
the genie in the bottle.
Wishes.
That's right.
Everybody knows that.
We all know you're in the background right now creating a new email address, so you can send it fresh. Yeah.
Genius. I know there, and I'm assuming that some people have probably asked these questions already, and it's potential. You know, it's like, will we see them? I think there was a thread on Thor, Hint of Riches. Is that right? Where people were posting that kind of stuff. Has anyone looked at that?
I haven't. No, I mean, I peruse every now and then, but I haven't seen anything that was new or that I could glean anything from.
I know, right? I do want to do a quick share. I don't want to do a quick share, but I'm going to. 3D Bronze, as you know, who makes those awesome bronze chests, the little mini bronze chests, he has a little mini side treasure hunt going on. And if you go to 3dbronze.com/tellmewhere, you'll get this information here, and then you answer with a password into this Vimeo, and you'll know if you're right or not. And this is the treasure. There you go. So I really didn't
Cool.
want to share this, but I am because I wanted to work on it myself. But I'm going to be less selfish. So there you go. 3D Bronze has a little mini treasure hunt going on. If if you're banging your head against the wall for the Great U.S. Treasure Hunt, which some of us are. Oh my
That thing's
God.
driving me nuts.
Right?
Pretty easy once you get the beats per minute. Me.
You're just evil.
No, I was not a fan of the clue, unless there's something hiding in there that I don't see.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is like I spent too much time on this thing. When it first came out, I thought I was like, you know what, I can solve this. And this is just ciphers, right? How hard can it be? So next thing I know, it's like, well, I think there's probably a Playfair cipher involved, which of course we now know is absurd. And so, well, I'll write a program to solve this, right? And so I whip it out and fire it up, and 300 billion combinations later, it
He
I couldn't
whipped it
crack
out
it.
and
So it's
fired
like,
it up.
yeah, and it didn't work. So it's like, what the hell am I doing wrong here?
And it
then
didn't
then he
work.
comes out and says a Playfair cipher. He's like, of course there's not a Playfair cipher. I'm like, come on, you could have told me that a week ago. But every step of the way, it's like, oh, I got an idea. I could probably solve this. And then he comes along and says, no, that's absurd. What are you thinking? It's been rough.
And what did David say about your computer program?
I didn't tell him. I think he'd just be I don't know. He'd just laugh at me. So,
He's so sure that there is no Playfair cipher. It's not all that kind of stuff. I'm like, oh my God, you're killing me. But at the same time, you just saved like 80% of us a lot of time where we would have kept working on it with lists
I appreciate
of one-hit wonders.
putting me out of my misery there, because I could have gone down that rabbit hole for weeks easily. Yeah.
So do you guys think, like, so obviously we're crowdsourcing as much as we can, all the answers from Jack. And there will inevitably be emails that we'll never see, people who maybe aren't really a big part of the YouTube community or Facebook community who have emailed him and gotten an answer. But the big answer, oh, don't yawn. Oh, shoot. What time is it? Why do my shows always go so long?
Just too interesting. Yeah.
It's fascinating. Basically we have questions that they may never be answered. I guess but we didn't think we were even going to know about Jack, and now we know about Jack. I guess I still have this hope that somehow we're going to know the spot. But
I wouldn't be surprised if this is solved by Christmas. Like, information's still trickling out. He's still answering questions. Something's going to sneak out that, is just going to be enough to put 2 and 2 together. It's just a matter of time, I think.
But then how do you verify it once you go there? Besides the stick.
Yeah, good question.
How do you verify it? That's my big question for Jack. Is there any way from here forward?
I asked him that, yeah. I mean, his response was, oh, you'll know it when you get there.
Jack!
Hey, Amy,
Yeah.
I just sent you another email so you can share screen.
Oh, okay.
And this has another question. Some of this has been covered, I think, but maybe, not every nuance or whatever. But I had a million questions, so I had to choose. So for my questions, I just kind of talked about the 5th and the 6th, the timeline there, trying to figure out what was going on.
How's that? Can you see it?
Yeah. Did you send Forrest a photograph Friday night, the twig photo? Did he not get back to you that night? And this is amazing. I wasn't in a rush. This is Saturday morning. I think I slept in. spent some time enjoying the location one last time, carefully and methodically retrieved it, and called him not long after I can't read it, but I think it says had it.
Yep.
But the Outside Magazine article makes it sound like the retrieval and the delivery to Forrest all happened on Saturday, but it didn't. Only the retrieval did. So he somehow slept in. I told him he should be a surgeon with that kind of calm position. He wasn't in a rush. He went to the spot. Maybe he had lunch there, just kind of whatever. You know, so now he's taking off, driving south that Saturday, you know, taking off at 2 or 3, I don't know. And at some point he calls Forrest, and Forrest sits down and writes the thing, and then 8 p.m. publishes it. But there's that one sentence in the Outside Magazine article that makes it sound like it's all in one day. And that really threw me. And that caused a lot of people to come up with timelines. You know, you can't leave from this spot in Wyoming and get to Santa Fe at this. But I think he didn't meet with him until Sunday.
That seems like a reasonable conclusion. I agree. I think Matt, you should write back and ask him how long it took for him to drive from where he was sleeping to where he touched the chest. I mean, was he camping there? I don't think so. It sounds like he was staying in a hotel room. How far away was it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
This blew my mind. This melted my brain. He
Not in a
slept
rush.
in. I think I slept in.
I know.
You know, Jack's a strange dude. I'm just gonna say it. Like I can't imagine sleeping in. And like that's coming from a guy who pretty much always sleeps in. So yeah, that's crazy.
I wasn't in a rush. I think I slept in. Spent some time enjoying the location one last time. Carefully and methodically retrieved it and called him not long after I had it in the car.
Why was the retrieval careful and methodical? I mean,
Right?
like what is the what? I mean, you stick it in your backpack and you walk off. Like what's the issue here?
In the IKEA bag.
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe he sort of chronicled each clue. Maybe he took more pictures. Maybe he videotaped that. You know.
Yeah.
Okay, here's me. What? What? I mean, I think I slept in. I don't remember, but I think I might have slept. I'm like, oh, Jack, you're killing me. Jack,
Yeah, I can't
you're
really
killing
remember.
me.
I think
Thanks
I
for-
slept in. Wasn't a very exciting day, you know.
Thanks for sharing, Matt. That I mean, that one is the one that melted my brain. I just found this, this 10-year, $1 million, hundred thousands of searchers looking for this hunt. I think I might have slept in. Jack, you're killing me.
Well, you know, he might be a kind of quirky, intelligent guy. I mean, he went to Georgetown. They usually accept people who get 14 to 1600 on their SAT. He's kind of a jack of all trades. Like, hey, I think I'll go into this, not really journalism, but he's doing like Onion articles. And then he says, I think I'll do med school. And now he's saying, equities trading. It's not because he's a failure at these things. He's actually a success at all of them.
Right.
He's just kind of, a Renaissance man or whatever. And So maybe he's the kind of guy who sleeps in the morning he's going to go get the chest. And maybe he's the kind of guy who drives right to Forrest and gives it to him and then just hangs out and lets Forrest go through it. I couldn't even understand that. Like, how do you not, I don't know. That seemed kind of weird to me, but I don't know.
Also,
Maybe just a quirky, smart guy whose brain works a little. Maybe his brain is a bicycle that goes backwards. So anyway, he slept in.
he slept in.
I can't.
He
take
thinks he
it.
slept in.
He doesn't remember. I think I slept in. I'm
Hard
not
to
sure.
say.
I want that kind of calm in my life because I wake up and I'm just like, oh God, trash day. I got to get the trash out. Oh God.
We hear like the beep beep.
Get the trash out. Oh God, wait, I've got your trash bag. Yeah, that's a level of calm. And at the same time, so we have Jack at this level of calm that is beyond most of us. And then we have Forrest who is visiting with you and being like, all I have is time.
Right.
I can't take it. All I have is time. Matt, all I have is time. No big deal. Whatever. You stay as long as you want. And again, melt the brain.
I don't know how he did it. We're gonna figure it out.
I'm gonna have my
take some
butt in
time.
the air looking for a stick.
But we should
You and me
crowdsource.
both.
We should crowdsource the slip-ups.
The potential video slip-ups.
Pick years. Everybody pick a year, and we just start looking for them. Cynthia and I think we found one.
You do?
I don't know. I think we did.
I'm assuming it's in Yellowstone.
And I'm going to give you my Venmo. I don't know. I don't care about sharing it. You want to share it, Cynthia?
Sure. I have it right here.
2015. 2015. What's the best way to share this slip up? Justin already knows it probably.
It's in the one from the California Sunday magazine, right?
Well, tell your story because you said that I'm sure you got paid a lot of money to be the photographer's driver, but tell the story.
Yeah. I did not get paid anything. I had the pleasure of driving the photographer for this article to areas that I picked because he didn't know New Mexico. And anyway, let's just go right to the article.
Okay.
So the writer, and this is a fairly lengthy article that was in the California Sunday magazine, like back in 2015. And this paragraph, this paragraph starts with, such ravages of time are often on his mind now that he's nearing his 85th birthday, though Fenn remains matter of fact about the prospect of his, my type's cut off, I think day coming to an end, in quotes, like Forrest said this. If I get Alzheimer's, I'm going to flag my calendar for 6 months from now and do it my own way. He told me, do you have it up there? Yeah, there it is. So yeah, everybody can see it. So hopefully at my last dying gasp, I will still go back to that place and die at my favorite. And then the author continues, he trailed off, perhaps wary of giving out a clue. I don't know if that's the slip up that Jack is referring to.
Right. But notice, I mean, the last dying gasp is like a meme, right? We know that language.
Yeah.
And then he says he wants to die at my favorite. So it's geography. So he's telling us where he wants to die. And what is it, his favorite soccer field, his favorite McDonald's, his favorite No, I think we know what it is, right?
Egg McMuffin.
It's his favorite
Fishing
his
hole.
favorite fishing spot. He told us in Flywater. So the thing to do would be to maybe, I don't know, to see if there really was a favorite. Cynthia, I think you might have some more knowledge about this. I think one time you said his favorite river was the Gibbon.
Yeah, That supposedly was in a one of the videos that Dale did that he posted on his site. You know how after the Fender leaves, Dale would go to Fenn's house, and Dale would make videos like 6 minutes long or whatever of Forrest talking about, and fishing was one of the things that Forrest talked about at least once, if not more. And I'm pretty sure it was in one of those videos. But when I think he actually stated it something like, oh gosh, I just loved that little river. And he was talking about the gibbon, but it wasn't the words, it was the emotion that he had in his voice when he said it. But when someone else went, I told someone about this years ago, and they said that they no longer could find that. So
Find the gibbon?
no, they could not find the video of Forrest actually saying about loving that little river.
Got it.
All I know,
I'm shocked over all these years, no one, well, maybe they did and I don't know it, but did anyone ever ask Forrest, like, what's your favorite fishing hole?
Well, he talks about it. So the best thing people should do is they need to read the ramblings and rumblings that he started writing like back in 1997 or whenever it was. And it is published. You can download it from Dale's blog. So I'd say hurry up and do it. If you really want this information, you need to do it before Dale closes that down. And I believe at the end of December is when he is going to shut down his blog. So it's there. Forrest talks about this, the secret fishing holes, 9 Mile Hole. I mean, he names some of them. So
search for top secret on that page.
Yeah,
Amy. Oh, the other hit. I think it was the first hit on the page that you had. There.
You guys see it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the drawings and the photographs are in play for hints, you know, you read this, the 9 Mile Hole makes you think of fly water and that double page spread, and you know, I don't know what it all means, but I don't know.
Well, 9 miles sounds like, you know, it's, I mean, I'm sure folks have said it before, but a not far but too far to walk style of answer, right? I mean, it's, yes, it is 9 miles from a certain location, but the actual location where it's at, they call it 9 Mile Hole. I mean, to me, that seems like a reference of not far but too far to walk personally, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know what a favorite would be, but I think we're in the right area, you know. I think we're in the right area when we're at these fishing spots that he loved. And
I agree. Yeah.
You know, it seems obvious, but that's what Forrest kept saying, and that's what the finder is now saying, like a broken record. It's obvious, it's obvious, it's obvious. He keeps saying it right in front of you. You're missing it.
Mm-hmm.
Wheelbarrow.
If you look on the page there at the bottom of where your screen is at, you notice it's Flywater is, the excerpt is right below from the chapter that was in the memoir, and it is different than what was actually in the memoir.
Which part? Should I scroll down or?
Just a little bit. Yeah,
So,
this is all Flywater here.
I mean, there seems to be a consensus here with Yellowstone and a sacred fishing spot.
Right.
Is that what I'm getting?
Mm-hmm.
Talking
I mean,
obvious.
he thought that space was mine alone. He went alone in there.
No, it's funny. Forrest said, "Please don't share ramblings and rumblings." I have yet to actually read it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's worth a read.
Part of me didn't want to because it was something that was readable after, and reading it kind of acknowledged all that, and it was hard to face that, right?
Yep, that's fair. Yeah, that last paragraph there. My tackle box is closed at last, and the caddis hatch is gone. I will rest through all of time and space, pillowed down and scented in, and with a smile that comes from remembering the special things that brought me to that final place.
I know it's stupid, but it makes me cry. You know, I hate endings. I hate endings like you would not believe. and you know, the chase as far as the chest is concerned is over, and I guess that's why I am so hopeful that there's some way to verify that you found the right place, because a part of me could care less about the chest, which I'm surprised to realize. A part of me could care less about the financial gain of figuring it out, and is surprisingly excited about the potential of figuring it out regardless of the chest. I'm surprised by that. But at the same time, I want to know that there will be confirmation, and not the kind of I solved it, I know where it is, I have the chest kind of confirmation that like so many people thought they had, but real actual confirmation. I desperately, there's a part of my brain that desperately wants to know that if I kept working on it, I would for sure 99.99% know it was the correct spot. Not just if you go there, you'll know, right? That's not good enough for me to spend that much time on it again. You know, after spending 5 years working on this, I want an assurance, which so far with the blaze being potentially damaged or destroyed, we may or may not have.
It's unfortunate.
That was a deep sigh, man. That was a deep sigh. Oh my God, that was such a deep sigh. That's the problem, isn't it? So if any of you are listening and want to ask Jack that question, is there any potential way? Because like I do feel bad, like I've bugged him enough, and you know, honeymoon period over. Are you done answering questions, Jack? Because obviously we will only ever have more. But you know,
You will have.
what did you say, Matt?
Oh, well, my son is back from college. He just pulled in from.
Oh, cool.
I was reading him.
Hi, Matt, son. Come join the party.
His name is Ben, and he's an actor, so you can see him in some.
Wait, he's an actor?
Yes.
Put the link in chat, baby. That's so cool.
Just a student now, but he's very talented.
What sort of acting?
He was just doing theater here in Dallas as a child and as a young man, and so now he's studying that at Webster in St. Louis. Webster College is a small school.
Nice.
Yeah, very cool.
He's an actor. I studied a little in college, so of course I'm an expert.
You know just enough to be dangerous.
I know just enough to embarrass myself.
I can think of few things I know less about than acting.
All you need to know is you get a few drinks in you and everybody's a ham. Go karaoke. Let's see here. Let me take a quick look at chat. Dee Dee says at first he suspected foul play with his unexpected discovery in a previously searched location, coupled with the messy condition of the contents led him to need to question Forrest. Again, Dee Dee, no idea what you mean. Okay. Above that, Billy Shaw Jr., maybe he had to avoid people in the area. No, it seems like he was so like there was no one else in the area.
I wonder,
besides the fake blaze
I
part,
wonder if
right?
somebody has asked him that as he was, going over his football fields. How often did he see other folks?
That's
Okay,
a great
so
question.
At all.
what's our main question? So that, like, obviously I had 30 questions I wanted to send him, right? And he's like, do five. And I'm like, reasonable, very reasonable. All of these were within that, right? What are your top questions that you would want answered reasonably? Obviously not where's the chest. Cynthia, you go first.
Yellowstone, yes or no? That's number one for me.
Right.
I
And
don't think he'll answer that.
well, no, I'm sure he wouldn't. But Amy didn't ask me what I'd ask that he'll answer. That's just my
You're
first
so negative, Justin.
question. And then I also like the one that Amy just said about how did you run into people after you parked your car? Between where you parked your car and where the chest was, both to and back, did both days, Friday and Saturday, did you encounter other people? Because if he's, well, June, the good thing about June for him, during the pandemic, there's hardly anybody there. I mean, I was there and I know this.
Well, you were there at a time that it was just like nobody.
Yeah, and you know what? So, and I started to think this about the Firehole Canyon and why I would not make that my choice at all. That road was closed. I walked back it. And I ran into a ranger who was working back there and he said, "What are you doing here?" And it's like, "Oh, I'm just hiking." I startled him. This was like May 18th.
Yeah, a park ranger was startled to see a hiker.
Yes, because he was there. It was the first day the park opened after the pandemic, and you had to come in. Yeah, you had to come in from Cody or Jackson, and it's like there's nobody. There were a few cars driving through, but no one else. Nothing was open but gas stations. So there was no food, and some of the restrooms, I believe, were open. But there was no food. There was nothing else there, and I was in there as soon as the park opened that morning. And the fact that I actually parked at the gate to the Firehole Canyon and then I walked back, he wasn't expecting anybody. So now we're talking from May 18th to June 5th. I'll tell you what, the pandemic really helped Jack because there's hardly anybody in the park.
If anyone was in the same search area.
But that's why, but going back to Firehole Canyon, well, maybe that's why it was such exercise to get it back to his car, because he had to park at the gate and walk back the canyon to get it and then bring it back to his car. Don't know.
I think it'd be a more interesting question to ask, in 2019, during a normal year, when he was out searching that area for however many days, how many searchers, or no, how many people did he run into while he was searching?
Yeah, that's better.
Justin and Cynthia, you guys are really familiar with that area. When he said, as much as I didn't want it to be in this area, if just for the sake of argument, if we take that not as Yellowstone in the grand scheme of things, but on a micro level, a smaller area, can you think of areas there where if you somehow were convinced that, oh, it's over here, or it's right around that bend, are there areas where you would say to yourself, oh man, I really wish it wasn't here, but it is, and so I'm going to look here. Can you think of ways like, or
Yeah, for me, absolutely. The thermal areas that are so fragile, where the terrain is so fragile, if you aren't careful, you can, not that you're going to fall in, I'm saying, but you just damage it. So I don't know, or you could fall in too. I know when Sandy and I went back to Sylvan Springs, the group of springs back there, we followed the bison, the piles of bison poop, so that when we traversed across the hot area, it was so dangerous seeming. I mean, and this is far enough back, so most people aren't going to go back there, but we needed to make sure that we weren't going to fall through the crust. So it's like, well, let's just follow where the bison go. If they didn't fall through, we won't fall through, and that's what we did. So if you're in an area like that, yeah, I mean, it's real fragile.
Yeah, Forrest told me a story about that. I think I shared that with you guys when we were hiking together. He said that one time he and Skippy were out and they were hiking along, and they had just walked over an area and they turned back and like it started bubbling up, like the landscape was changing right in front of them. And that, that's the parts of Yellowstone. Yeah. So that would be one place where you'd say, man, I wish this weren't the area, but I've become convinced that it is.
I mean, a few things come to mind, and this isn't, I mean, this is just kind of more general, but well, let's take an example. So let's say you're over near the Earthquake Visitor Center. I mean, we know that it was in Wyoming and not in Montana, but let's just say, just as an example, and you were convinced that the treasure was hidden under the memorial boulder that they have that is protected at the top of the visitor center drive. You'd really wish it wasn't there, because you're not supposed to like go beyond the rope and go over there and disturb the site. But hypothetically, if everything was looking or trending in that direction, you'd say, well, damn it, it's got to be there, right? Like that's an unfortunate set of circumstances where it's pointing to an area that you're really not supposed to be in. It's not dangerous per se, but it's not a place that you're supposed to be. You know, that I could see as a possibility, just kind of generally speaking. And then
Jack said elsewhere, he said it's not dangerous in the conventional sense,
right,
but this is not a good tourist site. I don't want to let people know about the site because it's, so that's interesting that you say that.
And I think I think a lot of things are, for me anyway, it's kind of inkling in that direction, so we're talking about this blaze being what I believe to be pretty specific. If we were to say what it was, we probably know the spot or at least the area. I mean, all of these types of things tend to are trending toward a place that's well known and protected, where it's off limits, right? Like do not touch, so to speak. But it's not dangerous to be there. The only reason you're not supposed to be there is just because some authority says you can't. That one comes to mind, and that might be a reason why he actually left the park and called, or wherever it was, to get reception, and call Forrest and say, you really want me to go in there and get that thing? Like, how'd you get it in there? It's like, geez. And another reason why he might have had to have been careful and methodical to get it out of there, because it's not that simple. And maybe that's why he's saying Terry scan, because you got to get the hell out of there. You're really not supposed to be there. But I like that because it's protected. It's something that you have some assurance isn't going to be damaged over time beyond this quirk with the blaze being damaged, so that it's going to stand the test of time for all intents and purposes. So that's one thought that I had. And the other one would be a place like the swimming hole, right? So you go down to the swimming hole, and if you go just downstream from the swimming hole, you can walk across the river. It's technically wading, but you're in ankle deep water. It's not a big deal. Anyone can do it. But it's a trafficked area. You've got a lot of people that are in the swimming area doing their thing. And actually one day I sat down at the bank of the swimming pool, just the swimming area for the fire hole, and I just watched people for I didn't not in a creepy sense.
He's
but
got his binoculars
Yeah.
out. He's looking at the bikinis.
that just sounded
Not
wrong.
in a creepy way.
I see you.
I just filmed everyone and uploaded
Yeah.
footage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I have
Put it
tons of
on
footage.
YouTube.
So
You
I
can
sat
check
there
it
for
out at justinwatchesladies.com.
I mentally undressed everyone, but not in a creepy way.
yes. Yes. Yeah, I saw you there, Matt. No. So I sat there for at least 2 hours and just kind of observing like just the behavior around the swimming area. And you really had two categories. You had the kids and then you had everybody else. The kids, they'd get in the water right away. They'd have a good time. They'd swim around. They would do a little bit more exploration. But, generally people were staying in the swimming hole area. In the hours that I watched and all the time that I've spent there, I could probably count on one hand the number of times that I've seen people go to the other side with like the intent of going into the woods over there, right? Like some people will go to the other shore. They might sit on the bank. They might kind of walk along it, but they don't stray too far.
Right.
So, it's slightly an awkward position because it's like, geez, you got to go through all these people and everything to get to a place that's more private.
All these
So
ladies and all their bikinis is just,
That's rough. Yeah.
No, but the road is right there. The tourists, people are swimming, and
Yes.
and to determine that the treasure chest is around here somewhere, that would be like, oh man, I don't want it to be here. Okay, I see. What you're
Right.
saying.
Yeah. And he talks about that area in the sense that he hid his toys there when he was a kid. We know that he has a secret spot around there. What
and
if
he
that's
likes
the old
secret
treasures?
spots. It's a
He
thing
likes
with
that.
him.
Yeah, he would come year after year and his toys were still there. This is a
Remind-
very trafficked area and his toys were still there. That says
Remind
something.
us where we find this about the toys.
Oh boy. That's in I
We've
think
got
it's in Too Far to Walk.
We've got Too Far to Walk where the toys were at the house. We've got the article where the stuff was left in Yellowstone and then they come back from it.
No, there's another one about his hiding his toys near the swimming area.
Now that one I haven't heard, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I'll see what I can find here.
Jack does
Maybe-
say to read all the memoirs.
Yeah,
primary
maybe I'm
sources.
crazy.
Anything that tells you about who Forrest is, he seems to.
And especially anything where Forrest is speaking.
Yeah.
Where is what?
Anything
Jack.
where Forrest is doing the talking. So if it's his memoirs or an interview,
Yes.
Which I have watched, I mean, 5 years in the chase, I've watched it all. It's funny because, if that's the answer, I'm like, I'm out because I've already seen them all, watched them all, taken notes on them all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, I obviously it let me know who Forrest was, even so, and it's different, you meet Forrest in person. And again, like all of us, we have all these different sides. And meeting Forrest in person, all of a sudden you see these different sides. It's like there's this side, there's this side, there's this side, there's this side. There's the ham, there's the cryptic person, there's the goofy person, there's the, and none of it obviously helped me in a way that the finder says that you will be helped by.
well, it may have helped you. It just didn't help you, completely or whatever.
I'm pretty sure I was really close. No.
No, but I think people were on the right track if they were seeing this as a personal thing for Forrest and
But I mean, were we? I mean, this is what he learned of TTOTC. He got the book, and a few weeks later, he had his area.
That was pretty quick.
Right? That's what boggles my mind. I'm like, if something's supposed to be the person who did the work, if something's supposed to be 100 to 1,000 years, and someone had the general area 2 weeks after it, it sounds like all those other people who were within 200 to 500 feet of the treasure. You know, and but the good part of that is that if there is any potential way we can figure out from Jack that we can learn 100% that we found the area, we have a chance of finding that area the same way he did.
I agree. I was just looking for that excerpt. Boy, I feel like I'm going crazy. Maybe.
Do you know where that is?
I am.
No.
I
You
coulda
are crazy.
sworn
It's okay.
Yeah, no doubt there. Like I
know where it
could have
is.
sworn I read something about toys hidden somewhere. I guess I don't know. Maybe someone in the chat can set me straight. I'm not sure.
Remember any keywords that are look-upable?
Yeah, that's what I've been looking at here. If I think it was in Too Far to Walk, and if it's not, then I'm just not remembering.
The
it
only
correctly.
one in Too Far to Walk that I remember was the toys on the front stoop. The
Yeah.
house had burnt down. He got out his little toys. I actually have. Hold on.
Cynthia, you were there just a few weeks ago, right?
I was where?
In Temple?
Yeah, a couple months ago, I was in Temple, yes.
Oh, is it months now?
Yeah, it was in November. Well, it was last month. That was November.
Had you been to Temple before?
No,
Oh, okay. Did you just drive through?
I went there just to go to the Hillcrest Cemetery to see it, and I was hoping that maybe there would be a headstone or something for Forrest and Peggy by then. So I reached out to Zoe, and she said there will never be a headstone or marker for Forrest and Peggy there.
Hmm.
She didn't say they aren't there. She said there will never be a marker there. Their marker will be in the Veterans Cemetery in Santa Fe. And I don't think most anyone will ever know where their remains are.
Huh.
That's how I analyze her response.
Okay.
Well,
Did you
there
go by
is
the
supposed
house?
there is supposed to be a plaque though for military wise.
Yeah, it's at the Veterans.
Right?
That's the Veterans one in Santa Fe. There will
Okay.
be, yes. But it doesn't mean that their remains are there.
Right, just a plaque.
Did you
Okay.
go by the house?
Yes, you bet. Yeah,
It's pretty cool.
took pictures.
Yeah. Even though it's just a lot with the stairs, it is pretty cool to be there.
Mhm.
Have you been there, Matt?
Just once, yeah. When I was driving through, I stopped in.
It's kind of hard. It's weird. You know, I'm flipping through this book. It was such a huge part of my life.
Yeah.
You know, and now it's just so over. It hurts. It's shockingly painful. I'm like, oh, I'm going to look for this story, and I'm flipping through here, and I just know I've spent so much time.
You spent a lot of time in that memoir?
I spent a lot of time on everything. And it's just so weird because I'm someone who likes to, you know, paddle down the river denial when things happen. I'm like, too much, can't handle it. We're just going to breeze past it. And so whenever you're kind of faced with it, it's like, oh, dang it. It kind of takes you by surprise in that sense. You know, like I have all these notes and I have I compared all the books and talking with Forrest, right? And meeting Peggy and Shiloh, and it's just all over. And yeah, it's weird. It's weird when it hits you emotionally. All of a sudden, it's like a punch in the face. It's like, yep, it's over.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not over because we're still here, but it's just, I guess it just takes me by surprise. So I'm like trying to scroll through here to find the sweet little story. And oh, here's a lovely inscription. There we go. Those kind of things, they just, they trigger the emotional aspect of it all that you don't sometimes realize you have. And then all of a sudden you start scrolling through these images, and you see forest, and you see your notes, and you see an inscription and all that kind of stuff, and all of a sudden you get this. And you're like, oh shit, here it comes. So anyway, but let me see if I can actually find this, if I can emotionally shut my brain off for a second. I thought it was at the beginning. Sorry everyone. Where is the story about the, is it in a different book? Is it in the other book where he goes, the toys he finds at his house?
It's in Too Far to Walk, isn't it? I think it's
just
in Too Far to
don't
Walk.
remember. Yeah,
Long jump, supplemental punishment.
kind
Okay,
of bugging me now.
give me a second and I'll take an actual look.
And I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I was just
I know.
like,
Trust me,
No.
I had no idea this was gonna come out.
no. I'm with Justin. I was just curious, and you'll be able to find
Okay.
it tomorrow or whatever.
Oh no, yeah, I get into this stuff, but yeah, I for whatever reason I distinctly recall a story where he talked about little trinkets or toys that he had that he would hide near the swimming hole area of the fire hole, and I don't know why that's sticking with me.
That's probably the video we need to find where the slip was.
And that's funny because I thought this was like super common. I mean, when I was telling it to you guys, I'm like, it was like, of course this story exists. And now I feel like I've just completely imagined it. I don't know. I know I saw it somewhere. I really feel like I did.
Just seeing that, I want to say this. There's definitely a correlation in the spaces in the YouTube channels where people are sympathetic to Forrest and the family and kind of pro Chase and things are positive. You'll notice that people are very careful to read the primary source material, to memorize the important quotes, all this material. If you have the unfortunate, if you're ever in the unfortunate situation of having to listen to these other channels, you will notice a complete ignorance of the primary source material. These people did not have a relationship with Forrest. They do not quote his words. They, some of them, they'll just say they didn't own half the books. And so you just wonder, like, what is this about for them? It's just some weird obsession, right? And so the fact that we're trying to remember 2 sentences from, quite a large body of work, and we occasionally make a mistake and we have to go back and fix it and find it, that's a good thing. Like, we're just trying to remember the facts and know what Forrest said or whatever. But I have noticed that in some channels, there's just like no care whatsoever. They didn't buy the book, or they bought the one but not the other. They don't quote him. they don't care. They don't know. It's like a completely different mentality. Like, it's really kind of weird. So anyway, I think the fact that occasionally we get a quote wrong or whatever, it just shows that we care. It shows that we care to get it right. And Cynthia is always like my, she's just like, I'm her disciple because of the way you commit quotes to memory. It's important. It's important when you get them wrong. And because you hear people say, oh yeah, well, Forrest said this. And you're like, well, he didn't, so.
Yeah, there were so many times where, shoot, I'm still crying. Dang it.
Something touched a nerve.
It's like those floodgates, right? Something happened and boom. But yeah, there were plenty of times where before I had a show, right? I'd be watching one of the shows and somebody would say something and I'm just like, oh man, that is so wrong, right? Because if you watch my first video, you see this landslide of paperwork I had of everything printed out, because because I never wanted to go down some rabbit hole unnecessarily, because in the end, on your deathbed, time is the ultimate money thing, right? Time. And there's money, there's this, but time is the ultimate cost. And so for me, any time I had free that I could spend on this was so important that I wanted to make sure everything was correct that I had. And yeah, people always had stuff wrong. And it wasn't malicious or anything. It was just people who heard something, interpreted it, and then would regurgitate it, and it wasn't correct. And it's funny because when you are in, I mean, obviously at this point you can tell that as much as I am trying to boom past things and get, go forward and all that kind of stuff, when you spend 5 years of your life, of your free time, and your free time is so precious, you do get invested. You can't help it. And it does trigger that stuff. So when other people got the information wrong, you were like, it was hard because you wanted to correct them, but at the same time you're like, it doesn't really matter as much to them, so just let it go. It's like no big deal, whatever, they got it wrong. But it is funny when you get so invested, immediately when it is wrong. You're like, nope, never heard that. Right? And then you're like, that was in this, and you start typing away and you show the reference, because you're just so involved in it. It's in your brain no matter what you try and do. So, but anyway, it was interesting though, because there are times where people would bring stuff up and you're like, I've never heard that. And then it actually proves to be true. It's like in this article, Forrest did say this, and you're blown away because you've spent all this time documenting and making sure you had word for word everything he had said. So I am curious with Justin when he said, with the toys and things like that. I'm like, it's possible. And if it was, I want to know where.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd love to know either way with certainty, and what concerns me is that it's not easy to find. Like, I did a couple quick
Sometimes
searches
it's
and
not.
it doesn't come up. So,
Yeah.
It was either something exceedingly esoteric, some sort of verbal interview at some point, or I'm full of it.
Well, we know you're full of it, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So yeah, I'm sorry everyone for my breakdown. Those are unexpected. That's what happens when you paddle down the river denial to try and move forward in your life despite what's happening. It's like you just head down forward direction. So awkward. Now I feel so embarrassed. Jeez.
No. Look, everybody had a lot of time and emotion invested in this, and it ended in an unsettling way on several fronts. Just wasn't, I don't think anyone anticipated it ending the way it did. So it's been rough.
Yeah, that's true. It's funny though. So part of my research with Forrest Fenn was researching all the other armchair treasure hunts as well as Masquerade and stuff like that. I was very familiar that armchair treasure hunts very often end poorly. The big ones, right? We have the world's greatest treasure hunt, which ended with the prize being stolen. We've got the Masquerade, which ended with someone having insider information and solving it. We have the Golden Horse, which was apparently never solved, but then the solution came out, but it didn't make sense and it wasn't the real, I knew going into this all the risks. And that was the hardest part. Every time I spent time working on it, I knew all the risks, all the potential poor endings. And I was like, I have to be okay with whatever poor ending might happen. Insider information and solving, never knowing to solve, all these different things I was prepared for. And yet when you spend 5 years of your free time, doing it, all of a sudden you're on a show on YouTube crying because you're looking through a book that reminds you of the work you put into this, and that there is a potential you'll never know 100% what the solution was.
That's a good summary. I concur.
And obviously it's sad. It's sad. There's there's no other way to put that. It's sad that is a potential. That is a potential. And always was a potential when I first started working on it. That's for me, like when I was interviewed for a radio show, I could tell the person was trying to get me to say how I thought we deserved an explanation, right? I think he asked the question like 6 different ways. And every time I was like, no, I don't deserve anything. I'm not owed anything. This is a free country. I chose to do this. I chose to spend my time doing it, knowing full well it might end in a way that is going to make me sad. And I know that's taking personal responsibility to another level, but every time he asked me that, I would say, I can't give you what you want. I can't tell you that I'm upset because I'm owed something. I'm like, I can't give you that because it's not right. I'm like, I'm not owed anything. No one held a gun to my head. No one forced me to work on this. And I did the research and I knew armchair treasure hunts can end in a way that it would make me cry. So, I mean, like I say, I know that's taking personal responsibility to another level, but that's how I was raised. You know what I mean? It's like if you choose to take on too much in life and life shits on you, that's your responsibility. If you choose to do a YouTube show and people make fun of you, how can you not expect that, right? Those kinds of things. I'm like, it doesn't take a genius to see what's happening, choose your path, and then be surprised at how it ends. It's like, no, I knew that was a possibility. It doesn't mean it doesn't hurt any less. It doesn't make it mean that I don't cry on YouTube live. But at the same time, I can't blame anybody for it. I chose to do it.
Yeah.
Wah, wah. Was that a downer for everyone in chat? Personal responsibility, the most boring thing ever.
No one wants to hear about responsibility.
No. But seriously, that's how I was raised. You know, when I would go to my mom and be like, "Oh my God, something happened. I'm so sad," and she would be like, "Did you choose to do it?" And I'd be like, "Yeah." She goes, "Well, then deal with it or don't do it." Yeah. And I'm like, "Oh, you're so mean." But obviously in real life, then I'm like, thank you for the lesson, because it's things like that help me move on a lot faster. Oh, please, somebody start talking.
Well, it is interesting that that Forrest started a treasure hunt that is unlike any other, and the personal element, the fact that, I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to have any others like this where people want to know the woman or man who launched it and develop a relationship with him or her, and there's admiration, and I mean the way it was tied in with his personal story, and I mean it is he really did want to share the thrill of the chase, and it's actually an important like psychological principle to understand in your own life, this idea of wanting and achieving, and the disappointment that can come when you actually get something, and how you can sometimes be happier when you are striving and working for something. And I mean, that's the kind of stuff that I started to think about in middle age. And there really is something to that. It doesn't have to necessarily be specifically tied to like collecting relics or whatever. It can be broader than that, but that's very important. And then the idea that was such an important part of his life, and we were drawn in to know this eccentric, unusual person who looked at life in an interesting way, and you know, I don't know. I don't think you can. We're never gonna have another treasure hunt like this. I mean, we're gonna have lots of puzzles, mazes to go through, left or right, but something so personal, I think it's really unusual.
15 years, right? A little bit more.
Been that long. It has been a long time. I'm amazed with just how personal it actually was. With most of these, it's like treasures from, hidden treasure from 300 years ago, and you read about the dude, and it's like, well, maybe this happened. Maybe I'll go search for it. But like, this was the here and now. It was a totally different ball game.
What about you, Cynthia?
About what? What was the question?
Have you ever heard of TTOTC?
Yeah, I think I have at least 3, if not 4, on my shelf.
There are some very sweet things from chat. Jeep Girl Jody, again, hugs to you, Jeep Girl Jody. High fives, Amy. We keep it going, sister. Alan K says, I still email Forrest. I miss him, and I never met him. Very important, just says Amy Seeks. Rooster says, don't feel awkward. Everyone feels sad that it's over. Dee Dee says, Jack knows that he is not the first person other than Forrest to have lifted the lid and viewed its contents. He posted an interview of Forrest, reveal his insight to another finder. Andy Mootman. Oh, that's a fun name, Mootman. Did the panel members each find a location that they would consider their special location, even if it was not the same as Forrest Fenn's special location?
Yep.
Justin, yes. Cynthia, yes. Matt?
Not really. I mean, I found some beautiful places, but not like that, maybe. Cynthia, what were you thinking?
What was the question? What are you saying, that we found a special place as we were searching? Is that what you mean?
I'm
No,
guessing.
one for you. One that you now feel special. Isn't that what you meant, Amy?
I think so. Let me reread.
Yeah.
So he says, did the panel members each find a location that they would consider their special location, even if it was not the same as Forrest's special location?
No. My special spot, precedes the chase.
Oh. And where is that? Can you send us a GPS location? I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah, I bet.
So are you saying that you have a place in the mountains that's special to you? Were you going to tie that into your treasure hunt? I'm curious.
Boom! Just
What state is that in, Justin? What state is that special place?
I've known for a long time where I would hide something if I ever chose to do it.
Wow. You and Forrest, the only 2 people I've ever heard of who had a place like this. That's amazing. That's pretty cool.
Come on.
No.
I'm sure everybody has.
I don't have a place like that. No.
Oh.
I don't think people walk around with potential hiding spots. In case I ever launch a treasure hunt.
I was a strange kid. Like, I actually would make my own treasure hunts, and I would know where the location was at, but I just found it fun to go through the process of the clues to get to the spot that I already knew, just because I thought it was a cool concept. Like, it's just a strange thing.
No, that's awesome.
it's Forrest Fenn, everybody.
Yeah. There will never be another Forrest Fenn.
It's hard when, yeah, I mean, it took him 15 years to come up with what he did. And the other hunts are really fun and everything. But yeah, it does seem like a pretty darn tootin' unique thing. But Justin, honestly, the more I learn about who you are as a person, the more I am excited about the potential that you might put another hunt on, that you might put a hunt on another one.
No, you're overselling me here. That's just
what I
another
do.
dude.
Speaking of this, something that Jack has talked about, he's talked about selling the treasure chest, testing the market, piecemeal versus whole, all of that. Is there anybody? I mean, I don't know. Is there anybody in the chase who's wealthy enough to buy this thing? I mean, who's got $3 million sitting around? They can just write a check. Anybody?
Well, I mean, I think if it came up for auction, like I would be compelled to bid, but it's impossible to know how much this thing is going to go for. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes for, maybe even an order, well, not an order of magnitude, but considerably more than the appraised value, just because of what it means, what it signifies. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's really hard to say what it's going to go for at auction.
Yeah, I mean, the chase, everybody's welcome. So we have people, struggling to pay rent, right? Paycheck to paycheck. Mm-hmm. And then we've got some folks who are very wealthy. I just wondered, like, do we have people in the chase that we know who they could part with $3 million, no problem. Or is it going to go to somebody we've never heard of in whatever,
Like AGK always says, the oligarch in Dubai.
Yeah, you're like, oh, a Dubai prince just bought it? Okay. All right.
I'm gonna have to make friends with any potential Dubai princesses too. Anyone, either one, just whoever, so that just in case. That was what always confused me, because I mean, if you're not familiar with what the chase was, and you have a lot of money, why would you bid a lot of money on it?
Well,
There's a guy in India that just loves, I guess, Western stuff from the U.S. and he's the one that's been buying. He's the one that bought the dolls, Chaos and Embroidery. This guy's been buying Fenn stuff for years.
Yeah.
And he lives in India. I can't remember his name. So this guy, I mean, I bet for him, I would be very surprised if, I mean, yes, I know of more than one person in the search community who would, let's say it starts at $1 million. I can't imagine it would go for less than that. Who there's more than one. How you will ever be able to outbid someone like this guy in India, I would be so surprised, because he knows Forrest. He's been working with Forrest and collecting Fenn stuff for years. To outbid that guy, good luck. But I mean, maybe the guy doesn't care at all because it's not Western stuff per se. But those dolls weren't Western either.
So Embroidery and Chaos were sold to an Indian?
It's a man it's a rich billionaire guy that lives in India that buys Fenn stuff.
I had no idea.
Huh.
So, oh, shoot. So if that went up for auction and he wanted it. So the Indian guy, though, is more about Western art as opposed to the Forrest Fenn legend?
Yeah, but that's what I'm just saying. Chaos and Embroidery had nothing to do with the Old West or Cowboys and Indians or any of the American West. The stuff that he liked to collect, they were very unique. They weren't in that category, and he bought them. So, I mean, I would just think that it would be really hard for a normal person to compete with a multi-millionaire or a billionaire. That's just my opinion. I don't know.
It's so funny because it's just so hard to imagine that a person like that exists, right? A billionaire alone, just I can't comprehend it, right? I'm like, it's so hard. And then to learn that there's at least one billionaire familiar with Forrest Fenn and the whole genre. I mean, that would be sad. It would be sad if the chest went to someone who would then covet it in their own little area, and we'd never get any chance to see it or purchase a part of it or something like that.
But it sound the way the wording is, it's a little confusing. Like, yeah, how do you sell it but also display it? So it sounds like there's some stipulation, like he's only going to sell it if you have to whatever put it in the Cody Museum for 2 years, or you have to, display it in the Denver Museum for 1 year, or whatever it is. Like,
to try and support what Forrest wanted.
Say it's yours on the plaque, and you're going to take it in a year, but it has to be there to fulfill. Why? I don't know any other way to understand the language in the various writings that came out last week. It's sold and it's displayed.
That makes sense.
I mean, the Cody Museum is what we're guessing is where Forrest wanted it to end up. Is that correct?
It's a natural.
Yeah, that's what we're guessing. Only Jack would know. Someone should ask him that question.
Well, he said he didn't want to say it.
Okay.
So he probably wouldn't answer it. And, Forrest mentioned the Smithsonian, but I think he was just sort of speaking like, wouldn't it be great 1,000 years from now if the Smithsonian, yada, yada. But it seems like his connection to the Cody Museum makes that a natural spot. But so it would be like,
because the finder said Forrest was going to help him arrange something, and we know that Forrest was very tightly connected to Cody and mildly connected to the Denver Museum, but it was really the Cody Museum that he had the connection with, that he could have helped arrange for the finder to do something, right?
He was in the process or somehow involved or was hoping to help with a private sale. I think that's what the statement says. And then that's all we sort of know.
Yeah. Yep, that sounds about right. I actually have to jump off, guys. I got to get up fairly early, so I'm going to hop off.
I'm going to jump off too. It's very late.
Yeah, me too. Time to call it a night.
I didn't mean to start an Exodus. Come on.
No, that's okay.
No, this was only supposed to be like an hour or 2 hours long because I was up till 2:30 last night, right? So I'm just like, no, this is going to be a really short show. I think I say that every show, and then we get started talking and somebody cries and it keeps going.
That was a good show. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you, Amy.
Thanks for coming on, you guys. It was a really, really great discussion. And Matt, I am really looking forward to the video whenever it gets finished. Your analysis is always appreciated.
Now I have to do it.
Committed now.
Blame Cynthia. Blame Cynthia.
Actually, I think blame Justin, maybe.
Excuse me?
I thought you and I had a discussion about not doing a video.
I may have prodded Cynthia to prod you. Yeah.
Well, no,
possible.
Justin, you prodded me first, and then 5 minutes later, Cynthia was prodding me. So I was able to put two together.
Total coincidence, Matt.
GPS.
He slow poked you.
Yeah.
That's my cue to exit stage left. Good night, guys.
Good night. Good night,
you guys.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. This episode is sponsored by Tub Thumpers. Look for them as far as the winners for the Chapter 4 treasure hunt. Everybody, thanks for joining us. Great discussion. Sorry for the tears. And I look forward to seeing you all on the next chat, whenever that is. Sleep sweet, everybody. Sleep sweet and have a wonderful night. And keep it positive as best you can. It's hard sometimes. All right. Good night, everybody. Love you guys so much. Bye-bye.